Hello, and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It's qualifier race number 4, and whilst I would love to do the entire show in received pronunciation, I better go back to being normal. Hello, everybody! It's great to be back. It's qualifier race 4. It is November, would you believe, with one more race to go. Today's race all the way through to our finals. My name's Matt Payne. I'm here in the studios with a very bemused Emma Martin alongside me. We are going to be bringing you all of the race action from today. The final chance for our riders to get a qualifying ride in so that they can race for a team in our finals. All our riders can ride as individuals, but you have to do 2 races to be part of that team. And today, it's a tough old course.
It is. Their riders are heading to Japan. We have not seen this course on the Sunday Race Club before. If you recognise it, it's because it was part and parcel of the MyWhoosh Championships on the 12th of August earlier this year. The riders come out of the start pen for 44 kilometres today, 370 metres of climbing. There are 3 sprints on the women's course at 5.1k, 19.4 and 38.8. And there are 2 small climbs. I say small, they're 780 metres in length, but they are the 3rd step on the Kyoto climb. Yes, you've got to get up the first 2 before you can contest the climb competition overall. They come at the 10.4 kilometre marker and the 24.6, and from the top of that second climb, it's a long run to the finish with a plethora of short, sharp climbs and flat plateaus until we get there at the 44 kilometre marker. Just picking up on your lead from the start of the show.
Indeed, it's spiffing stuff, old chap. Yes, it is a really interesting course, this, actually. I really like this when we use this part of the championships.
Yeah.
The climb, kicker, finish is absolutely brutal. The sprint coming just 5 kilometres before the finish line means it's tricky to be in that sprint competition if you're not in the overall. You've got that dip in the upper plateau that's going to shake things up. It's a really tough race route.
It is. And one thing for me, because these climbs are so short and because they are stepped, there's plateaus and rests, which means there are that fine combination between suiting the climbers and suiting the sprinters, which means we could see a significant number of potential sprint finishes. Lots of riders going into the pen together.
Yes, debatably. It depends. I always think this is a racing course rather than necessarily riding, because it's a great course to race because it produces something for everybody. I think if you're a good climber, you can be looking forward to the climbs and steep sections, plenty of places to take advantage there. If you are a ruler, you're going to be looking at the overall nature of the course. And if you're, of course, a sprinter, you're going to be thinking, well, it's only 370 metres of climbing across the entire race route. It's not actually that bad.
Well, I can tell you it was strong sprinters who took the win in many of the categories in August.
We'll see if that's going to be the case in Category 6, who are our first set of riders to go. The teams all lining up: the FCC, the Fem Cycle Club Cadence Crew, and Denise Mannen-Holtman and Melissa Scriven, sweeping all before them this month in our qualifiers in the team competition. Their team time 4 hours and 2 minutes, 0.160 of a second.
Don't forget the 0.160.
It could be critical. It certainly will be next week when we go into our finals. But the FCC Cadence Crew and all of our teams, all of our riders lined up on the start line, ready to take on this 44-kilometre route. It is November. It's a final qualifier. We have 3 sprints, 2 climbs, and a whole heap of racing. And already, looks like Jacqueline Kirchner very much being catapulted out of the blocks.
Yes, she's catapulted by her own power. At 4 watts per kilo, Kirchner comes flying out of the pen. She wants a fast start here. It's a pan flat start, and you can see that on the top right-hand corner with the gradient underneath. Susanna Lopez is the rider coming up onto her wheel as, well, there you go, a little bit of an emote coming out there, but Kirchner, Donahoe, Bremner, Damnice, Lopez, and Susanna Lopez on your screen at the moment. Look of concentration on her face, not wanting to lose the front group at the start.
Now, Susanna, please do get in touch with that biking or myself, because I think you're Lopes as in Brian Lopes, the BMXer, and Emma would think you are Lopez as in a Spanish Lopez or a Portuguese Lopez. So is it Lopez or Lopes, because Lopes is actually BMXer. So
There you go.
and it's spelt the same, but he's American.
Well, do you know what? I do love it when the riders get in touch with us and do give us
Yes.
the inside information, not just on themselves, but occasionally on the pronunciation of their names as well.
Feel free.
Because, yeah, please do. Feel free. We love it.
So let us know. Do get in touch. Do let us know. Of course, one of our Portuguese riders as well. So part of that massive group that come in once again. The Cycling District Alpha squad today. I mean, they've got Kirchner, Almeida, and Lopes. We can argue about the pronunciation later. Then Cycling District Amiga with Limbaga and Pence. I mean, it's a huge representation. In fact, Jacqueline Almeida on our screens as well. That is indeed a very nice haul of trophies in the background there. My goodness me!
It's great, isn't it?
Oh, I'm loving the big round disc on top of the plaque, on top of the base. That's really cool.
Well, whilst Matt admires Almeida's trophies on that shelf above her, Almeida's riding could be strong today. She's one of the riders who could well be in the mix here on the course in Japan. But Bremner, Jaskalainen, Brooke Donoghue, all in here. Rodriguez is there as well. Now, it was Sudabayo who took the win last week from Damnice. Jaskalainen, Hadjuk and Lloyd were all in the top 5. In fact, Nikki Lloyd took the sprint competition as well as 5th place. Sudabayo took the climbing competition as well as 1st place. Bridget Bremner on your screens at the moment has had a really, really strong month of racing. She took the win on the Vessel Rock in Qualifier 2 and the climbing competition that day. Quite similar types of climbing as there is in Japan on this course. So looking forward to seeing what Bremner does today.
Yeah, it is a Bridget Bremner kind of course, isn't it? It's tough, it's steep, it's sharp. It's going to really test the riders out, and I think for me, it's the sort of course that she's going to revel in because it is a tough race route. So Nikki Lloyd, the next rider that we've got just featuring at the moment. If you are new to the Sunday Race Club, 6 race categories. Category 6 is our standard race category. We move up through each time. Nikki Lloyd, one of our regular riders on our newly decorated pain cave in the background.
The house elf apparently had been busy while she'd been on her hollybobs.
Is that like an actually useful version of the elf on the shelf?
House elf is what comes from Harry Potter.
One. Oh, right. Okay. I'm not a Harry Potter fan.
Oh, well, there we go. But
I never have been.
Nikki's house elf has been busy decorating her pain cave. Beautifully done, I have to add. But Nikki riding strongly from it as well.
I'm loving the whole coordination between the turbo mat underneath the bike and then the walls. It's a really good look.
It is. Yeah. It does look great. Well, Donoghue on the front of the pack at the moment, the 2.2 kilometre marker, still on that flat plateau. You can see the gradient about to change. They're about to drop down in towards the Samurai Sprint that comes at the 5.1 kilometre marker.
But before they reach that point, let's dive in with our Category 5 riders. The team's back in action. It was a real battle between the Cycling District 5 squad and the Aeronova squad. The Cycling District 5 squad of Limbano, Santos and Pinto ended up only 1 minute behind the Aeronova squad after 3 hours and 40 minutes of racing for the Aeronova squad. The Nova squad, Hermansen, Samuel and Johnson, they put in the combined time, the fastest combined time. And the Aeronova squad, again, another squad that's been riding really strongly. But this battle between the Cycling District squads and the Aeronova squad, in this case, are always interesting and very, very tight time-wise as we go through. Remember, 3 riders in each team, the minimum amount to qualify in those 3 fastest riders' times added together if you have more than 3 riders. It's time for Category 5 to go hit the roads to head out as our second wave of riders on qualifier number 4. It's all numbers today. Head out onto our race route with 44 kilometres of racing to do, 370 metres of climbs, 1 finish line, 2 climb competition checkpoints, and 3 sprint checkpoints as well.
Well, Category 5 up and out of the pen, as you said, Matt. 28 riders on the start sheets today in Category 5. In fact, Qualifier 4, always a lighter number of starters, but Natalia Idzik is back, resplendent in that jersey. You can see the Mikhail Kaminsky supporting in the pain cave after taking that silver medal at the Worlds. But Natalia Idzik, for me, sorry, Mr. Kaminsky, you are just a bystander because Idzik could well be in the mix today. This is an Natalia Idzik type of course. Great to see her on the bike and back in Category 5 in the mix. And also, can I just say, it's great to have two Emmas in the race field.
Oh, okay.
Emma Pinto's 4th Sunday Race Club and Emma Sonnerson, of course. Category 5 is obviously the field for Emmas.
Well, clearly, Emma Pinto taking the team second place with Cycling District 5.
Yes.
Last week, indeed. So a good ride by her, and be interested to see how she goes on. It's that learning curve, isn't it? That riders when they come on to. Some people go on and just naturally get it, and other people you just have to adapt to the riding that you have on the platform.
Yeah, and you know what? Anne-Marie Guiney took first place last week, and can I just give a big shout out to Laura Vanenpart, who took second place after landing from accompanying and cheering and supporting Leonard Tugels at the World Championships. They landed back from Abu Dhabi at home, walked through the door. She jumped on the bike and took second place in the race. That absolutely brilliant. Well done. Erevek, Andelin and Bago rounded out the top 5. Andelin taking the sprint and Giuliano not in the top 5 but taking the climb competition.
Yes, it's really interesting. Really interesting the return coming in. I think by Vanapart, and it's choosing not to be on the bike and busy travelling. Meanwhile, Category 6 on the way down into the sprint, the 5.1 kilometre mark. It's this downhill run in, and then it levels out on this run through. There's actually a little riser on the way in as well. And I think for me, this really does test the riders. We're on our way in towards the sprint at the moment. Interestingly, Hamilton not yet launching. Here she goes. So Hamilton starts to wind it up. Heading on to the front here, but she's not having it her own way here at the moment. And you can see at the moment, Susanna Lopez at the moment chasing hard on Hamilton's wheel, and Nata Denise is on the way as well. Nikki Lloyd is pushing here. Almeida right up in the mix here. Hamilton on the front here, but I tell you something, they are challenging. You can see our 5 riders that we featured across the base of the screen. That's Jacqueline Almeida, Susanna Lopes, along with Bridget Broner, Nikki Lloyd and Adriana Barco on our screens. Thank you, everybody who lets us into your pain cave. Quick appeal out. If you are riding, please, please, please do join the Zoom room. The links are in your email from Race Control. And get that camera, put it in horizontal landscape mode, and make sure your mic's turned off, and make sure your name matches as well. It makes it possible for us to identify the right riders.
So I'm just we're talking about a week of numbers, and I always said qualifier 4 is always lighter than the other 3 qualifiers because it's like an added qualifier, isn't it? So some people ride, some people don't. Mel Scribben's chosen to take a holiday from the Sunday Race Club, but she is tuning in, watching. Great to see her on the chat. Also, Brooke Samuel, not here, but she will be here next week.
Part of the Aeronova squad, so very interesting to see she's taking a week out. Probably might dive into that a little bit later.
I think we should.
Yes. Go across into Cycling District 4 because it is a Category 4 team competition time, as the saying goes, because we've got Cycling District 4, Fem Cycle Collab, Pedal and the Unity 5 squad. The Fem Cycle Collab 4 squad, the biggest squad, Van Rossum, Krasova, Tompkins and Kong and Wynert. A formidable 5. Never mind fabulous 5, formidable 5.
Formidable 5.
Up against some really strong riders. Unity 5 squad, Salgado and Predo always wants to watch. But now a lot of the riders just riding individually. Of course, those teams will be formulated over the coming week for our finals. But it's time for Category 4 to head out onto race route, to head underneath that UCI banner and head out on our final qualifier for November.
Yes, out they go from the pen. Category 4, the red jerseys are away. Big race field today. Take a look at that. 30 riders on the start sheets, and they really are pushing and motoring. Now, Krasova took the win last week from Atalupa. Alray, Johnson and Vochkova were all in the mix. Montoya took the sprint. Stenman took the climb. 7 different riders. Sprint, climb, top 5. Love it. Now, Gina Van Rossum back on the Sunday Race Club. Gina, it is fabulous to have you back here. It really, really is.
Yes.
Taken some time away and now coming back strong, which is absolutely what we want to see. And can I just say, I'm loving the bikes on the wall in the background too.
Yes, I'm loving the bikes, and it is good to see Gina Van Rossum. Big smiles from Gina this morning, which is always good to see. Happy riders are fast riders. That means fast legs, I'm sure, because the more you smile, the faster you go. That's how it works. Always. It's true. The more
Oh,
you
I
smile, the
wish.
faster you go.
I'm going to try that next time when I'm on my bike. I'm just going to smile the whole way.
Yeah, it's meant to be fun, you know. Even when you're racing, it should be fun somewhere along the lines.
That's true.
If it ain't fun, don't do it. Right. Apart from administration, that has to be done occasionally.
You can still
and
smile when you
housekeeping.
do admin.
You speak for yourself. Right, in with 7 Hour Right at the moment. She's been riding really well. I've been watching, she's been racing and riding on the road a little bit. It's out in the UAE, which is where she's based, and been putting some great performances. Rides for Wolfie's Bike Club, one of the for the bike shop, one of the best teams out there. Certainly with the best kit, very, very nice kit, I have to say. In with Angelina Rowe at the moment, just tapping along nicely. This group all together at the moment as they make their way in round here. So a smart start. I always think it's much smarter to not go from the gun. Doesn't mean that's what I would actually do, but I always think it's much smarter. I'm one of those people who likes to get up to speed quite quickly, so have a habit of stamping on the pedals and then paying for it later. Angelina Rowe looking pretty composed here at the moment in that pain cave. You can just see the tablet just mounted just on the stand there.
A lot of people
keep
choosing to use tablets.
Yes, yeah. It's for me. It's an interesting way to go because it lets you, if you use the right one, you can also mirror it up to a big screen as well. You see,
Yes.
so by doing that, you have the best of both worlds: touch screen and mirror it up as well. So you have double the screens, which for somebody who works in the studio with, I can't remember how many screens. It's always a good move. You see, big screen.
Big screen, Kath Tompkinson, woman after my own heart. I like a big screen when I'm riding too.
I also like blind.
Well, that's true, but I like a lot of fans as well. Great to see Kath on the bike and neatly in the mix. And you can see from Kath's stats on the screen, those are the stats that you're seeing. She's currently sat in zone 2, so a nice, steady, rolling start in the pack. She's just got to make sure she stays there. The what's a green, which means she's nicely tucked into the draft, saving energy. Brilliant job.
I'd like to be able to do zone 2 with 100 at that kind of heart rate. My heart rate doesn't go anywhere near that high, even when I'm in zone 6.
Hold on a minute. Heart rates are very, very individual, and it's very difficult to compare one person with another.
Yes, might have teed that up for you there slightly.
Did you?
Yes. Well, I think it's an important point that we
It is a very important point, and another important point is that the 4.8 kilometre mark, and Natalia Idzik is attempting to contend the sprint, and boy is she kicking 12 watts per kilo. Hannah Hermansen is on the front, but Idzik is about to go up and over the top, and what a fabulously timed sprint as Natalia Idzik comes side by side with Hermansen and goes over the top underneath the banner. She's going to pull on that green skin suit. Wow, great job.
Idzik, Hermansen, Weidenpaar, and Lugani, Elza all coming charging through that line. Fantastic sprint from the Category 5 riders.
Steadier start in Category 5 than in Category 6 in the women's race. In fact, they got there 45 seconds slower to that point. But Idzik, Hermansen, Weidenpaar, Anderland and Guiney take away the points.
So time to move on to Category 3. Our next set of riders to leave the start pens, and the team's about to head out. Well, it's the question for me is always who is battling with Cycling District in our women's race. In this case, it's the Riot Squad who've been battling with Cycling District. Cycling District's Machado, Silva, and Lubs battling it out with Real, Bulawa, Litton and McKay of the Riot Squad. And it was the Riot Squad that came in front on qualifier race number 3. Their team time, 3 hours, 14 minutes and 37.794 seconds of racing. That's 3 riders' times combined. I suspect today will be slightly longer, but we will have to find out as Category 3 take on this race route in Japan, in Kyoto, in this historic city, and making their way out onto race route. Will it be a steady start? Having this 5K roll into the sprint, I think is good for the warm-up. It does mean that if you've had a little bit of a late start, you can warm up on your way in maybe a little bit better than if it's an instantly straight onto the gas.
Well, that is very true. And the question is, would Angel Hadlock have had a steadier warm-up and be utilising this section?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
I think Angel Hadlock will have done a full, proper warm-up and she will be ready to race and ready to go.
She's an absolutely consummate rider and racer. Superb preparation. Doesn't strike me as the sort of person who'd leave it to lastminute.com.
Well, can I just say,
doesn't leave any stone unturned in her
I
racing.
regularly, and do not do what I do, right? I regularly don't finish my warm-up or do just a steady state warm-up and then enter a race and go into a race not quite where I should be. Surprise, surprise, last week I actually did a proper warm-up.
And how'd you get on?
I finished in the top 10.
Okay. Do you want to take us through the riders and runners
I
in
will
category
do
3?
indeed. So category 3, we've got 31 riders on the start sheets today. Barbara Bulwara is indeed in the mix, and she's right on the back of the group, surfing the wheels with the Watts in green at zone 2, nicely positioned. In category 3, it was Benilla last week in the sprint from Daniels Altamarino. Esler and Real. It really was a fast and furious sprint in Belgium in category 3. Bulwara, well, she should well be in the mix today. Walkenhurst, Vittler, Yao, Davidson, Embring, Magnus riding well too. And I did indeed see on those start sheets Nielsen back in the mix. Katrin Nielsen, the Swedish rider, back on the Sunday Race Club. Great to see her as well. So the category 3 pack packed with strong riders. Dana Davidson on your screen at the moment, one of those strong riders. And expect her, yes, come on, let's give the support in the pain cave as well, and don't hide from the camera. Expect her, exactly, brilliant, come on. Expect her to be in the mix because this is the type of course that could go well.
Oh, yeah. I love the way Dana Davison comes to the fore as she comes in, as we come into the finish. She's a really, really smart rider. Not only coming to the front when she needs to, when there's something at stake.
Take a look at coming to the front. Roja's off the front.
It's certainly at stake. Here is the first of our segment, first of our checkpoint, prizes. It's the sprint down here at the moment. Angelina Roa out of the saddle here, really stamping down on those pedals. Lam Kong is coming up pace behind her at some serious speed. It's going to be just too late. Angelina Roa's move there, that early move, really paying off. You can see she's flicked through those gears into an easier gear. That was about 3 gears there on those shifters to go into, and another couple as well. Throw those in the bank, spin those legs around, try and get that lactic acid out, and spin out and get ready for the next effort. Because when you come along here, I mean, it's 5.1k to the checkpoint, to the sprint checkpoint, but then it's only a further 5.3k to the top of the climb.
I know, and
so you're very quickly into
that climb comes really fast. So Angelina Roa taking away the 5 points. Lam Kong takes 4. Miriam Taylor takes 3. Catherine Montoya taking 2. And Jenny Pentonen taking away 1 point in category 4 through the first sprint checkpoint, the first of 3.
And each of those checkpoints, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points for first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. All those points added together to give us our overall winner.
And of course, there's a climb today in between every sprint.
There is. I have mixed feelings about the fact that these are first to the checkpoint rather than fastest through the segment.
Ooh, controversy.
Well, not really. It's just everybody.
It's a different type of race, though, isn't it?
Come on, if you take.
That's all it is. It's
my
just a different type of race.
One of my favourite things, if you take 100 race organisers to a venue, or
they all
to
do
a
something
sport,
different.
every single one would do something different every single time, because that's one of the great things about racing.
Isn't that the great joy about doing different races?
Yes, it certainly is. Well, we're going to come up to one of the key moments here, the checkpoint at the top of the Kyoto climb here, because as they come up towards the top, and Denise at the moment leading from Bridget Bremner is going to collect the 5 points as she comes up to the top here. She's been running so strongly all month, and again going to take those climb points. So again, 5 points in there, as well as the prize, because each of our checkpoints has a prize associated with it. So for each category, there is a prize for being the first rider through that checkpoint. Just going back to my earlier point, I like the fact that it gave something for more people when we had through the segment. It shared the prizes out more, and it gave people who maybe weren't in the chance of the overall the chance to maybe sprint or to climb. So when I was racing, I had a bad year on a time trial season, and I knew I hadn't have the ability to race the Teesdale Mountain Time Trial to be anywhere other than just inside the top 10, I reckoned. But I thought, well, I can go for the climb prize that came out. And that was a climb on the way back. So I took it really steady, went up the climb, took the climb prize. I got top 5 overall. But what I didn't do was win, and I knew I wasn't going to get top 3 because the 3 riders in front were brilliant. They're miles better than me. It gave me something else to race for, because otherwise I could have just looked at that and just gone, oh, I can't bother turning up, really. It's not, it's all, I'm just going to ride around, because I knew I wasn't going to beat my fastest time. It was windy, it was really bad weather. I wasn't going to get a course record for myself. I wasn't going to better ride for myself. I wasn't going to beat other people. It was just one of those days. So I thought, well, here's a different target. And I used it to do that.
Well, you see, I also think that being first across the line is a different target. Not often, I have to say, often we don't see winners of the sprint or the climbing competition win the race.
No, but they are generally in the leading group.
Generally.
Yes.
And I say generally because quite often, if the climbing competition finishes early, so this climbing competition finishes at 24.6, some of the riders go, right, I'm going to race till 24.6 because I want a hard 45 minutes, and then I'm going to roll in.
Yeah.
And it gives a different race, and people can choose how they play it.
Indeed.
So I think both ways are good. They just create different racing.
They do. Maybe we should switch it around
and you
every
can
month.
Pick and mix your own way.
Maybe all the odd months, so the first month, third month, whatever, would be through the segment, and then the second, fourth, and sixth would be,
Well, Hadlock, Davison, and Bulwara in the Category 3 pack at the moment. They're rolling towards that first sprint checkpoint at the 5.1 kilometre marker. So with 350 metres to go, the pace is starting to wind up. Steadily on the front, there you go. They've sighted the green banner, and now Murray on the front, Embring. Now Corrales goes. Corrales has gone at 12 watts per kilo off the front of the pack. Big move from Diana Corrales. Will anybody look to challenge her, or will they just let her roll underneath that banner?
They're challenging, but they're not going to be. I think
they're staying with her.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things is, you see, Corrales has gone for this knowing that she's now got that segment prize in the bank. The rest of the riders have been going to potentially do that. When they couldn't do that, though, they kept going because they know that there is a potential that a rider will be distanced out of the leading group, and that then they'll be in with the overall sprint competition, because it could be, for example, I'm not saying this is going to be the case because Corrales is a great rider, but Corrales maybe doesn't go over climb 2 as well, or has a bad climb 2 or climb 1, and then he's out contention for the other sprint point. So you could never go, if you want to be in with a chance, you've got to be in it to win it. If you just back off completely and just let it go, you could be mobbed and not get any points at all. And that could be the difference between one of our prizes and not. And don't forget, all of those prizes are available to view on the MyWhoosh.com web pages as well.
I just had an image in my head that I may not want to say out loud in case the people who write the programs and design the graphics might want to take this on board. But a mob of crows.
A mob of crows? Why?
You could mob the riders with a mob of crows.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. It's just one that I told you I was tired.
Where did that
It's just
come
one
from?
of those random thoughts that entered my head. Corrales, Embring, Hadlock, Lip, and Vittler take away their 5 points in that Category 3 race at sprint number 1. Category 2 are steadily sat in the pens, waiting to go.
They are indeed. They're sat down here, keying those legs along. It's a real battle between 3 teams at the top of the team standings. The core powered by Spritz team, Bassoni, Pennant, and Simmons. They were 7 minutes down on our race leaders, 5 minutes down on the Riot 2 squad of Lucas, Heppersmith, Nyquist, Reese, and Russell. But the leading team, the Femme Cycle Club, Dana Wagner leading them over in second place. Great result for her. Rianne Denton inside the top 10. The second team counter. Elisa Hag coming over in 11th place at third team counter. Larson and Shanks backing them up as well. The team time 3 hours and 5 minutes 32 seconds. A great result. Can Femme Cycle Club do the same again today, up against those same teams and more? And of course, then reproduce this when they go into our finals next week. Category 2, our penultimate race category, are underway.
They are indeed, and they are out of the pen. The dark green jerseys of Category 2. There were 36 riders on the start sheets today. And, Caramello took the win last week. And boy, has she been riding strong, the rider from Cycling District. She's progressed to Category 1. She slots into Cycling District 1, not Cycling District 2. Congratulations, Anna. It'd be really good to watch you racing Cat 1. Gonzalez Rua on your screen at the moment. Now,
Excellent.
Dorothy Gonzalez Rua is obviously, I think, looking forward to this race today because she took the win on this course in the MyWhoosh Championships at 70 minutes, 32 seconds. Will Gonzalez Rua do it again today? No pressure, but
Yes.
she could be one to watch.
Yes. My tip for the top today.
Other riders who are in form at the moment. Wagner, Vellner, Lucas and Wiseman were all part and parcel of the top 5 last week in Belgium.
I think for me, it depends on how we know Dorothy Gonzalez Rua is a smart rider, competitive rider, a real all-round battler, a real ruler, which is one of the reasons why I like her riding style, because
with a well-timed sprint.
She's got a good sprint, good kick, but not the fastest sprinter, not the fastest climber, but great at everything. And for me, I think for all these riders, for Tiffany Penner, for Caterina Caramani, for Lucas, for all of these riders, it's all about how smart they are with their energy expenditure, because this is the course for me where if you burn all your matches on the climb for a sprint, where you go into the red on there, just the more you can save for the run into the finish, for the last 5 kilometers of this race route, the better you positioned you are going to be, whether it comes to a sprint or it's a climb.
Tiffany Penner also has a really good sprint on her.
And that same thing that I was saying, that's why I said it applies to her, because she's another rider who has got a sprint, she's got a climb on her, she's really, really strong.
Oh, she's a really strong rider, the Canadian national champion. One of the things, if you don't follow Tiffany Penner on social media, do, because she really is a gym bunny. She really does love sort of plyometrics, strength work, and it's really, really interesting to watch what she does in the gym.
It's very, very interesting, that plyometrics, the gym work, the strength training. It's how you get more speed, more power.
Well, Camilla Salgado is the rider pushing on here on the climb. And this is the Category 4 race. Category 5 and 6 are up and over the Kyoto climb for the first time. And Salgado is going to be the first rider to spot the polka dot banner. But look at the size of that group chasing her from behind.
Do you know what it's like? It's like a sloth of bears.
I thought sloths slept.
But yeah, I know. It's only because Peter said mob the riders with a sloth of bears in Japan. It's like a sloth of bears, apparently.
Oh, well, there we go.
You could mob all the riders. It goes back to your mobbing them with crows.
Mobbing of crows.
Yes, indeed. Salgado has no mob around her. She's literally gone clear of the madding crowd and has soloed her way up. Let's see whether she can write a literary masterpiece this time around.
Far from the madding crowd.
It'll be one of your favourite books. I absolutely detest that book.
Seriously?
Yeah,
I quite enjoyed it.
No.
Oh, I like a little bit.
No, I've been reading some good books this week, actually.
Have you?
Yes. I might instigate a Matt's book of the week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Seriously?
I've got a book of the week. In fact, I might even put pictures up on social media of the book of the week for this week.
Of your book of the week?
Yes, indeed. More literary works to come later.
Thomas Hardy. It's not my favourite Thomas Hardy book.
Well, it's hardly time to do anything other than get down to Category 1. Badlinks.rs.com as we make our way in with Category 1. The teams are lined up and ready to go. Now, team competition last week, FCC Endorphins took 3rd place to Massey, Kittle and Coinstonen, and were 37 seconds behind our winners. The breakaways were 2nd, 18 seconds behind our winners, with Van Heuling, Gallegos, Alberg and Bjorhead. But Sweat Sensations took away the win in the team competition with race winner Gabby Guerra, 2nd place Catherine Fuhr, 7th place Merle Bruni, the county and riders, backed up by Nicole Mayer. They took away the win, 3 hours, 3 minutes and 33 seconds, all the threes. 3 hours, 3 minutes, 33 seconds.
Oh, that's a nice little bit of symmetry. Well, 24 riders on the start sheets and the green of go. Away go Category 1. We're in with Catherine Fuhr at the moment. She took 2nd place last week to Guerra. Holdcroft, Tomasi and Van Heuling rounded out the top 5. Now, a number of those riders not here today. There's no McCarthy, there's no Holdcroft, there's no Soderstrom, there's no Mayer, there's no Alberg. Because Actually, there
Yes,
is an
there is.
Olberg. Olberg has slipped into the pack. She has indeed. So great to see her here as that group swing out on to the course.
I'm just sorry. I was very quickly looking at who was here and who wasn't here. It's almost in reference to my book of the week coming up later. In with Gabby Guerra at the moment. Do you know what? That is the most the most Spartan pain cave I've seen from Gabby Guerra. Full stop. There's like no
It's
green.
neat and tidy.
There's no green screen. There's no multi-screens. We can't see. They're probably all in behind the camera, but
It's neat
yeah,
and tidy.
it is very neat and tidy.
It is, and
Yeah.
Guerra back from that phenomenal World Championship performance
Yes.
where she took away that silver medal for the second year running, just showing that she is absolutely top of the tree when it comes to women's cycling esports. Now, the Category 1 pack rolling very, very steady out the pen. And I say that because we've just seen Guerra. She's zone 1 at the moment, very low heart rate in the draft. The pack are taking it very, very steady. Well, Francesca Tomasi is back and, she's got on the World Championships UCI jersey as well. The riders were very stylish. Tomasi, can I just say, Francesca, what a race. What a strategic performance as well as a powerful performance. That battle with Camilla Alberg and that breakaway on that last stage, absolutely superb.
I tell you, she could be an honorary Yorkshire person.
Could she?
She has showed true grit and determination there when she was up against. She had a massive battle. It was probably for me the battle of the championships was that third and fourth place in the women's competition on the last stage. If you don't want to watch the whole show, watch the race stage 3 of the women's race and watch what happens between Tomasi and Alberg. An absolutely stunning race. Brilliant job. Fantastic stuff.
By both of them.
By both of them. And you notice Tomasi part of the headband club as well.
Yes.
So,
well,
so is Rutty Reese.
Category
Dorothy
2.
Gonzalez-Rua.
Category 2, dropping in with them around 350 metres out from sprint number 1. Ramat, Karamani, Gonzalez, Rua, Penner and Reese on your screens at the moment. All of them, well, they're up and out the saddle and they are dancing on those pedals towards that green banner ahead of them. Maria Marb is right on the front, but Engstrom, Lucas, Charlotte Lucas has just put in a huge dig. Can Gonzalez Rua match her? Lucas is going. Ramat is the rider on the wheels. Gonzalez Rua now launches. She's third wheel. Has she left it too late or is her timing good? Wow! They all three of them go over the line almost on top of each other in terms of the avatars. But, well, it was Charlotte Lucas who takes the 5 points from Gonzalez Rua, from Lee Sophie Ramat in third. Melaine Proust goes through in fourth. The Maria Marb goes through in fifth.
I was just watching those faces and watching the body action as it came in there. You could see that Sophie Ramat out of the saddle started kicking earlier pretty much than anybody else. She was coming from further back down the pack. You could see that Gonzalez Rua was sat at the front of the group. She was looking composed. She saw Lucas come on. She then tried to kick again. But I think you can almost see the cogs going, how much effort do I put in now versus how much effort do I put in when to save later? Really, it's going to be, for me, this is, you could almost see that superb calculation.
Yeah.
I was listening to a podcast earlier in the week.
Really?
Yeah, no surprises there.
Anybody who tunes into the Sunday Race Club will know Matt listens to a lot of podcasts.
Not one about headbands, which Catherine Furr has joined the headband club as usual.
Well, Catherine Furr always riding strongly and surfing the wheels at the moment.
Second place last week was brilliant to see, wasn't it? It was a really strong ride.
It was indeed. It was great.
It was a really good ride by Fur, and you can see Fur in that pain cave at the moment, just getting out of the saddle, a little bit of a dig going off the front of the group here.
There is.
Fur just lifting the pace. She's aware that pace is going to pick up at the front as people go, hang on a minute, we're going into the downhill. You're going to try and go off the front
Nice move.
Well, I think it's, I think there's been a bit of pedestrian pacing on the way out.
Well, can I just say, talking about pedestrian pacing, last week, the winning time in the Category 1 race, 61.08. The winning time in the Category 2 race, 61.49. 41 seconds slower were Category 2. That tells me that the Category 1 pace was pedestrian for a significant part of the race.
But that doesn't mean it's not exciting racing.
No, not at all.
the slower the riding between the key points is, the more exciting the riding on the key points is.
And I think what it says also,
Too
and we
easy.
do say this sometimes, is the fact that never expect all 6 categories to race the same course in the same way.
So the riders at the moment just making their way down. We're going to dive in with Bridget Kittle, one of the New Zealand riders. Fantastic show by Bridget. We always expect her to ride strongly. She's done that time and time again. It was great to see her in action. In person, we get another view into the pain cave as well. You can see that World Championship towel over the handlebars. A great performance from her at the Worlds with that silver fern of New Zealand on that black background, donning her shoulders because, of course, riding in that New Zealand kit. One of the representatives there and her teammate, of course, McCarthy, taking away the race win at the World Championships. Not here last week, and looks like McCarthy not here this week. In with Liz Van Heuling. Van Heuling, another great ride last week. Van Heuling coming in 5th place, contesting a lot of those sprints on the way through. Really interesting to see where that ended up in the end, because Tomasi actually took the sprint win with 6 points last week. Van Heuling took second with 5 points, tied on points with Jennifer Gottelander. The 2 riders behind in 2nd and 3rd place. Bruni then in 4th place with 4, tied with points with Moroz, and then Gallegos, Bjarhead and Holcroft with 3, 2 and 1 points respectively. We're going in towards the descent here. You can see Jennifer Goslander, Liz Van Heuling, Francesca Tomasi, as well as Kittle and Giovanni on your screens. Giovanni with the more of our climbing competition riders. Kittle, one of our great all-rounders. Tomasi, great climber, got a good sprint on her as well. And of course, if you can go clear in the breakaway, you're always going to have a better chance of taking this. Van Heuling looking more and more like the Liz Van Heuling that we know of old. Absolutely back on form, back in the mix, right inside the top 5 and battling it out. So as these riders take the left-hand turn here, you can see we're on the flatlands. They're lining themselves up. The sprint has gone off the front here as they go in, and it's going to be all about this kick at the moment. Anna Farstrom is ahead of Gottlander. Guerre is contesting this as well, but the moment it looks like it's going to be Gottlander who's going to go over the top here. Nicely timed sprint. Big smile on Gottlander's face as she sucks in that oxygen. Gottlander takes the sprint, takes away top spot there from Svarstrom. Guerra coming through, taking away 3rd place in that sprint competition. Guerra contesting the sprints as well as the overall. She was really hoovering up the points last week. Looks like she's setting out to do much the same this week, as you see the winners in each of our race categories. Category 6 sprint winner at this point on the very first of our sprint checkpoints. Hamilton taking the win in category 6, Idzik in category 5, Roa in category 4, Corrales in category 3, Lucas in category 2, and Gottelander taking that superbly timed sprint as she came in and through the line, just going over the top as Svarstrom led it out. Gottelander got the timing to perfection. Points in the bag for Jennifer Gottelander. She'll take that checkpoint prize for category 1 at the checkpoint number 1.
Well, and still off the front of the pack at the moment by the look of it, but it's not Gottlander, it's Guerra. That is one early move.
Well, she came through on the sprint in 3rd place on the sprint, and it isn't far into this climb. You can see it's coming on the top right-hand side of your screen. It's an early move. It does mean if she could time trial clear, she could sit at a steady pace.
Well, interestingly, it's Tomasi who's picked up the pace behind, and Van Heuling. Van Hove as well, now coming to the front of the group. The group have got to push. The group can't sit and wait because Vittoria's come to the front and Giovanni, and they've dropped to 2 watts per kilo. If this group do not push now, it's bye-bye Gabby Guerra. Guerra for the win. That's a big thing to say at the 6.3 kilometre mark of a 44 kilometre race. But Mina Koinsinen in the mix, on the bike, in the pain cave, and really taking us a very concentrated look at the moment, because who knows what's about to happen. They're about to come into the base of the climb for the first time. It's a 3-stepped climb, the Kyoto climb. And with real flat recovery sections. So it's push, rest, push, rest. But Guerra is already down the road and there is no concerted chase from behind.
I think this is about how many points, positions, and how much energy you expend and where you are in your season going on here. Can we just dive across very quickly, because we are going on to that Kyoto climb, onto some results from that Kyoto climb now, because it is so critical, this climb, and we do it twice. So,
we do indeed.
Going over the top of the climb at the first time in category 6 was Denise from Bremner, from Lloyd, from Jeskalainen and Lopes. That's category 6. In category 5, it was Andalou from Hermansen, from Vanenpa, from Isik and Overheck. In category 4, the category 4 riders going over the top with Salgado from Taylor, from Rowe, from Atahualpa and Tacoma, so the point scorers. In category 3, going over the top of the climb, Montgomery from Bulawa, from Whitler, from Yao and Murray. Category 2 are on the climb at the moment, and they're not yet quite at the top of the summit. The category 1 riders, well, they're at the base of the climb. Right-hand side of your screen, you can see that the category 6 riders, the leaders in category 6, are actually at the 22.1 kilometer mark, and that basically means that they're on the climb and they're about to see the category 1 riders potentially come up behind them.
They are indeed, because it's laps. Bremner, Donoghue, Jääskeläinen, Almeida, Lloyd and Lopes, the 6 riders at the front of that pack. Amsterdam Nice, who's in the climbing jersey, not able to stay with the group for the second time up. She is around 13 seconds back by the look of that.
So the gap starting to open as we dive in with category 2. Category 2 at the moment at the 10-kilometer marker. They've got less than 400 meters to go. Lisa Virama on the top of your screen, out the saddle, dancing on those pedals. You can see Gonzalez Rua tapping out the rhythm at the moment, waiting to put in an injection of pace. Penna out the saddle on the hoods here, really putting the power down. You can see that bike moving underneath at the moment with the amount of power that's going through. Penna's gone off the front with this kick, and this is what is driving her up and onwards as she goes on to this little flat section here that takes us around the turn. This is a good move by Penna. Penna's going to go through over the line first. Behind Eck, Brown, Engstrom, Proust, Kalman and Larson go through, but that's still a huge group of riders behind, and Penna, I am sure, will be caught back on the descent down.
Yeah, but what a 500 watts it was to push through head into that polka dot skin suit. Tiffany Penna wearing it with pride. Rachel Brown, Katerina Karamani are behind. The category 1 race at the 8.5 kilometer marker, they too are on the climb. Gabby Guerra, she went away from the bunch before the climb started, just after the Samurai Sprint checkpoint, and the bunch didn't chase. 23 seconds back to Kulczynski, Bruni, Tidholm, Sopers, Kittle, et al. And there is Guerra on your screen at the moment, up and out the saddle, dancing on those pedals. She's doing a fabulous job here today already, early doors in this race. 44 kilometres, let's just remember. She's at the 8.8 kilometre marker. Decisions, I suppose, here as to whether she keeps going after the climb or whether she sits up and then takes the rest in the group. Interesting to see what she's going to do.
Yeah. I think one of the things is, if you go off this early, you're not racing. You're just doing a time trial.
Hold on. Time trialing is racing.
I know time trialing is racing, but you're not racing against other people. You're racing against the clock, and you're racing against your ability to hold an effort at a pace.
You might disagree.
And we really no, let's disagree. Whereas is it? In that group, you're going to have a much more fun race as far as I'm concerned, because there's going to be people around you. You're going to be watching the moves. It's going to be more engaging. It's going to be, you're going to pull something special out of yourself. It's such a lonely way to race. Don't get me wrong. This comes from a man who's time trialed everything from, a kilometre, 200 metre time trial to a 12-hour time trial solo on his own. Literally racing, and actually enjoyed it. But I still don't think, it's, I know
you just told everybody that you enjoy being lonely.
Quite enjoy some peace and quiet on the bike. Good.
Well, can I
Apart from
just...
the podcast.
Oh, well, I also think there's a thing here, isn't it? Some riders like to chase and are motivated by chasing another rider. Other riders are motivated by staying clear of a group.
I'm motivated by battling with riders, I think.
Yes,
What
there
you?
you go. Well, it's a good question. Do I like to chase? No, I like to ride clear, and I'm more motivated by staying clear than I am by chasing onto.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, but I'll go for battling with a bit in the middle.
Okay. Well, at the moment, Gabby Guerra on the right-hand side of the screen at the 9.9 kilometre mark is battling with the Kyoto climb, and she's battling to get to the top to that polka dot banner first at the moment in that Category 1 race. You can see she's around 150 metres clear of the bunch behind, and it is a big bunch of Category 1 riders chasing. It's just slightly getting pointier at the front of that pack, telling me that Kristen Kolczynski and Camilla Ahlberg with Catherine Fuhr are leading the charge now and starting to stretch the pack on the climb.
The group behind really just starting to let space. Guerra at the moment on the front, heading into towards the banner. She's ascended this climb so quickly. Gabby Guerra going to come underneath the banner. She'll take away the prime here. She'll take away the prime. This is going to be top spots for Guerra. She goes in underneath the banner. The question is now, is she going to see? So we will see a move on. So let's see if she continues to push behind. This is the run for points as they continue to move onwards here. Really interested to go underneath the banner there as a group together. And as they go in through on Kyoto climb number 1, Guerra leading. She takes the 5 points. Fuhr takes 4. Tomasi takes 3. Gallegos takes 2. Kolczynski takes 1. That group going through pretty much together. And I'm just taking a little look here. There are a number of riders distance, but there's still probably 15 riders in contention in that leading group by my reckoning. You can see on your screen the prime winners, the prize winners for the Kyoto climb on lap number 1. Denise on category 6, Andalou category 5, Salgado category 4, Montgomery category 3, Penna category 2, and Guerra in category 1.
Yeah, now what was quite interesting, it was 23 seconds at the base of the climb.
Mm-hmm.
19 seconds at the top of the climb.
Yes. And now the group has the advantage of pack dynamics. It sits in there and can take the draft. Meanwhile, we're going to go back to the top of the climb because immediately going over the top of the climb goes Bridget Bremner, the rider leading through. So with that polka dot jersey on at the moment, Lloyd at 11 seconds with low. So Bremner clear at the moment. Now it's a long run across. It's 17.6k from here to the finish.
Yes.
And that's a long way. There are effectively, to my mind, 2 good climbs here. You've got a drop down now, then a climb up to the top of the plateau, then you drop down all the way to the low point of the course, and then you got that final climb.
Oh, it's just ice. I was wondering what was in those 2 little containers next to Bremner's water bottle, and ice in one of them. I'm thinking cooling down by just back of the neck and the jersey.
Particularly if your neck's aching a bit, it's one of the things that you suffer less on, I think, on turbo training than anything else. Lloyd in second place in the sprint competition.
Yes, and also what we have to remember is that whilst Nikki Lloyd might be seeing flutterings of white snow where she is, as obviously the UK very cold now because it's winter, Bridget Bremner, other side of the world, it's summertime.
It is a lot of riding. We've seen some great racing and riding outdoors, and from those riders in the southern hemisphere, northern hemisphere, a lot of people have been on the turbo trainer. Even the broadcast crew actually sent me a message saying they spotted me out and riding on one of the MyWhoosh races earlier on this week.
Oh,
so
can't do anything quietly.
You can't, can you? I tell you, the team were clearly watching. They were doing some testing.
Eyes on you.
They're doing some testing as usual. They're a busy team behind the scenes. They're doing an amazing job. Okay, in with Francesca Tomasi on the rise here on this little climb out. So basically what you do is you drop down as you come off the Kyoto climb, you drop down into the Suzuka Motor Racing Circuit, and you climb up back out again. And this is the run back out from the grandstands, just running away from the race course and going back up again at the moment.
Closing
You can
down
see,
Guerra.
yeah, Guerra's at 4 seconds. You see that polka dot season. She's had a bit of a rest here. Guerra in front, Fua and Tomasi going to bridge across here.
Look at
that stretch out there. That is a really put the pressure on here. Fua opens the throttles. Is going to close that gap down going over the top. And this group is going to come back. And they shouldn't have had to work too hard because of the gradient. However, that was flipped on its head by Fua using the gradient to drive onwards and to gain momentum. So using the gradient to her advantage, you can see Guerra just in front, the group coming back together again. Status quo resumed, except for those who have been distanced off the back of the lead of Category 1.
Yes, but it is a big group, still around 15 riders in that leading group as Gabby Guerra comes back into the fold. Kulczynski, Tomasi, Fua, Bruni, Gallegos, Kittel, all coming onto her wheel now.
So none of our riders just telling us they're just taking a gap purple froch on the YouTube channel. You can get in touch on YouTube. We do try and keep a check on the live chat on there. No racing for me today, recovering from the lurgy. Good luck, everyone. Good to see Man and Holman putting messages up. Quite a number of riders we did say earlier on were missing, Emma.
Yes, but there are, and I think that often happens when it comes to a 4 qualifier month. We often see one of the qualifiers with less riders than the others. I'm going to give you a few numbers just because I can. Qualifier 1 for the women, 194 riders on the start sheets. Qualifier 2, 200. Qualifier 3, 200. Qualifier 4, 174. It's a pattern we see regularly.
The last qualifier has less when people have qualified for that same competition.
Well, no, not necessarily the last. Last time we had 4 qualifiers in a month was August, and it was the third one that took the hit in terms of numbers.
Oh, I wonder whether it's the
ones one after the MyWhoosh Championships.
Which would make sense. So interesting to see people choosing to put some planned rest into the season. The macro cycle and the micro cycle, basically trading tends to be all about making sure that you peak rather than just try and grind out day after day, year after year, the same old and not improve. So riders taking a rest. That's when your body recovers. In fact, that goes back to my book of the week.
Does it? Well, Natalia Idzik hasn't read your book of the week, but
she is surprised if Natalia Idzik has a copy of my book of the week.
Well, yes, but I don't know what is your book of the week. We'll find out in a minute. But Natalia Idzik in the leading group at the moment in Category 5. She's done a sterling job. She really has. But we did say right at the front of the show that this course should suit her today. But she's in with Anderlen. She's in with Guiney. She's in with Van Ampar, all who will ride strongly today. They've got a group of Category 6 riders with them. They're now on the left-hand side of your screen, and you can see they are 1 kilometre behind the leaders on the road, which are the leaders in the Category 6 race, Lloyd and Bremner.
It is indeed. It's like a 1980s super hits band, sort of.
What, Lloyd and Bremner?
Lloyd and Bremner. Yeah, it's like
Tell me a 1980s super hit band with 2 people in it.
Wham.
Yeah, but that wasn't.
that
wasn't like Michael and Ridley, was it? It was Wham.
No, but you just say I fulfilled a super group with 2 people in it.
And I think there was some backing singers.
Well, there always
Pepsi
is.
and Shirley.
There always is more than the named people in there, you know.
But that doesn't work with Lloyd and Bremner, does it? Unless they are Pepsi and Shirley.
No. They're definitely the leaders, not the backing.
Well.
Definitely. They're definitely lead, not backing at the moment, that's for sure. At the moment, the leading group in Category 1 on the way down this descent. Shall I tell you what my book of the week is?
Come on then. Tell me
what
your
book of the week is a book from before you were born.
Brilliant.
1972.
Well, of course I've read that then.
The Italian Federation's training book, the book of how to be a racing cyclist from 1972. It's published in Rome in 1972.
Was it?
Now, some things are dated in there. Some things are really dated in there. Things like quick releases on your wheels hadn't been invented. I mean, they've been invented and they've now gone back into the sell-by date. We now fasten things with nuts and bolts and wing nuts. There's things about aerodynamics in there. There's some things about riders' position and stuff. There's things about training and eating and resting, and overtraining was a thing back then. All those things back in 1972 that we know more science about, but the general principles are all the same. But there was some very interesting things in there. And I'll put a picture of this up. Here's a pub quiz question for you.
From the 1972 book about
This
cycling.
is from the 1972 book about cycling.
Oh, come on then.
There's a history section about bike racing at the front of this. And in there is a question. There is a piece about turbo trainers.
I wonder whether Alexandra
and home
Knowles
trainings.
can get the question.
Alexandra, if you know the answer to this, I'll be very impressed. It shows the very first. When is the very first? It gives a quote from it, and I'll put the quote on social media. The very first quote about training indoors on a home trainer. When is the first quote about people training indoors for racing? What year was that published? And obviously, it's before 1972.
I'm just trying to think. Well, you couldn't have got a penny farthing on a home trainer, so it can't be that old.
I'm not even looking at you in the studio because I don't want my face to give anything
you
away.
Don't, do you?
No, I don't.
So
Come on.
I'm trying to have a think. Well, can Barbara Bulwara get the answer to the question? I'm going to go with some ridiculously early. I'm going to go 1952.
Not even in the ballpark.
1933.
Not even in the ballpark.
1896.
Close. 1886.
Wow!
The very first home trainer.
1886.
That's not the first home trainer, but that is the first time that you could ride a bike on static that is referenced as a means of training for racing. So what all our riders are doing now on MyWhoosh was done back in 1886 for training for racing.
That's like...
Yes. You're doing the maths.
Nearly 140 years ago.
1886, it's in this manual.
That's amazing.
This same manual actually says a whole load of other bits and pieces in there. 1886. And in fact, there's some pictures in that. And there's some pictures, and they are reproduced in this 1972 book. And it actually shows a basic turbo trainer with a variable resistance on it.
Oh, I need a photo. I need to see that.
I will put it on the social media. I'll put it on @MattFixerPain. There's loads of stuff on there. There's a bit about overtraining and not letting your body rest and recover. There's, which we all think of as being a really recent thing. There's all sorts. It's a brilliant, brilliant book. If you can find one, I'd suggest you lay hold of this book. Read it with a pinch of salt because obviously some things have moved on, but the very basic principles are all the same. And you'll have to forgive the fact that it is unbelievably
I bet it only talks about men.
It does. It is glaringly obvious that there is no expectation that women race. And yet, in the very early part of the book, it actually references a woman winning a bet prior to 1900 of riding 25,000 kilometres around the world. Mary Ann Londonderry or somebody like that, or Mary Ann London. And she actually rode 25,000 kilometres back pre-1900. So there you go. I suspect you'll struggle to find her on Google.
I'm going to try.
Back in this is a really small reference. Anyway, so that's going to be the book of the week. If you can find a copy, do let me know online because then I can send a link out. But I couldn't find a copy online. So do have a look. But a phenomenal, some really incredible performances in there. Some really new stuff. The saddle position height has not changed. The recommendations for saddle height, taking into account the length of your foot, etc. All those things are so unchanged. And all these riders are using these basic principles that are on there, I'm sure, in their training. Now, 3 riders who clearly could write a book on training and racing in action on your screens. Left-hand side, Francesca Tomasi with Catherine Fuhr and Liz Van Heuling on the attack here. Now, this is Tomasi going up against Guerra for the sprint. Tomasi's going to come over the top here. Tomasi and Fuhr, who are the 2 riders who already were the dominant riders last week, going off the front. He's got a little bit of a gap. Are we going to see Guerra pushing on again? We are. So Guerra still holding 6 watts per kilo here. Guerra holding on to the green leader's jersey, although she didn't take that sprint win as they go up on to the top here. So making their way up over the top there. Tomasi leading the Category 1 group through Category 2, Carras Category 3, Taylor Category 4, Vainanpar Category 5, and Lloyd Category 6.
So I can indeed confirm that Annie Londonderry was a Latvian immigrant to the United States who in 1894 became the first woman to bicycle around the world.
And she won a bet by doing it of a few $1,000s, I think.
There you go.
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible.
It was indeed a wager. You are indeed quite correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're quite right indeed.
Back in the dim and distant past. I mean, we are talking like pre-1900.
Well, let me say, two rich Boston men allegedly wagered $20,000 back in 1894 that no woman could travel around the world by bicycle. And she did it.
What an absolute superstar woman.
Yep. Take on board, show them how it's done. Ka-ching.
Thank you very much. Just shows she doesn't. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Absolutely great. Sometimes picking up a book off the bookshelf that you haven't read for a long time and having a little flick through it is a lovely thing.
I actually picked it up off the bookshelf because I put a book back in beside it, and I saw that this was the next book to it. So I'd lent a book to a friend, and this was the book next to it. So I pulled it out and had a read. I have read it on a number of occasions over the last few years, I must admit, and I will put the pictures at MattFixPain on Instagram. Don't forget you can follow Emma and get in touch with Emma. It's at biking_Emma. You can follow MyWhoosh. It's at MyWhoosh on Instagram and on Facebook, and of course it is at my_whoosh on X. Don't forget, of course, if you are watching on YouTube, click the subscribe button. That's the platform that we do keep a check on. Don't forget, of course, that you can watch on Twitch TV as well. Please do subscribe to the channel and like as well. Be notified when we go live, covering all of our racing across all 6 categories: category 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, covering all of our riders. All of our riders verified, so full verification on that platform and extensive verification, including all of the riders, making sure that power measurement matches up. Every single rider scrutinised on the way through as well. So make sure, if you want to come racing, jump on board here. Jump on board one of the many races on MyWhoosh. Really, really important to get on board and jump on board. Whether you're racing, you're riding, you're training, whatever you fancy doing, get on board. Don't forget, it is really simple. There is no fee. There is no fuss. Just ride. Dead simple. Come on and join Gonzalez Rowan Penner. You might be a category 2 rider here today. So make sure that you head out on to race.
Okay, I am going to eat my own words because I'm just, I'm really interested in this now.
Yeah.
So I've just taken a look at the earliest bike trainers.
Yes.
Right? Because we were talking about 1886 being the first reference to it. Apparently, in a museum in Prague.
Yes.
There's a lot of museums in Prague. Prague is lovely. A museum in Prague houses a collection of bicycles in its transportation hall, which includes a penny farthing bicycle trainer dating from 1884.
Now, is that one of the ones where you mount your bike on it, or is that one which has a massive spinning flywheel? Massive spinning flywheel. You just show me a picture.
I can show you a picture.
There you go.
There you go.
That's
How cool is that?
Oh, so very, very much about spinning. So they had different ones. There ones that you could spin. So your aim was to just generate and build up speed and pace on something with a massive heavy flywheel on there. Lots of them that you could put your bikes onto. There's some real, I mean, if anyone thinks that anything is new in cycling, you probably just haven't researched deeply enough into the old school stuff.
You need to have a look, peeps. Take a look at the pictures of the 1886, 1884 early trainers. There are some, how should we say, indoor bikes that look very similar to what people were riding in 1890 something.
Well, Emma's going to send that link to me, and then I can put that onto the Instagram page post as well.
That's amazing.
If you can send that over, Emma.
Right, shall we get back to the racing today?
Yes, indeed. We should get back. But I think it just shows you, doesn't it? Riders going out and training on the turbo is not a new thing. and riders are learning how to race and ride, how to structure their training, their racing, their pacing, when to rest, when to recover. I always know that I go faster and get better when I only ride 3 or 4 times a week, because I have a rest period when my body gets better. Whereas I actually go worse if I actually ride every day of the week. But that's just me. Lots of people have. You have to get to know what you're doing, what you're racing. And that's one of the great things about MyWhoosh. It allows you to do that no matter what the weather. If it's scorching hot outside in the middle of summer and you don't want to go out and get sunburn, if you don't want to get sunstroke, if you want to be inside because it is snowing like it's done in the UK, even icy as it has been in France in the studios, then don't forget you can jump on board. MyWhoosh, make sure you jump on board, get out and racing now. Tiffany Penner, one rider who in Canada will suffer from some serious snow in the winter.
Yes.
I was riding with a ex-Canadian resident this week out on the run for coffee and cake, and she was saying that the snow is phenomenal, and that is why I spend so much time riding indoors. Tiffany Penner putting the time to good work. Another kick over the top here. Penner's climbing.
Yeah, this type of climb suits.
Really improved.
This type of climb,
Yes.
though, really, really suits Penner.
Yeah.
Short, sharp, punchy. That is just the type of rider that she is.
And it's a bit like doing 3 sets, isn't it? 3 steps here, 3 sets of weights that you do in the gym, 3 sets of climbs. Here, it's just 3 efforts with a break almost in between. The group behind, though, all in contention for that overall. Nobody out of contention there. Meanwhile, just diving back in with this group, Gallegos, Guerra, Brody, Kittle, Alberg, Tomasi, and this list of suspects. Usual suspects down here. Guerra at the moment leading the sprint and the climb competition.
Yeah.
Up on to this plateau at 23.4 kilometers covered, and this plateau, one of those stages as they make their way in. They're going to very shortly take the right-hand turn that will pull them up on to the next section, climbing section here in Kyoto in Japan. Category 6 are leaders on the road at the moment. The Category 6 leaders having covered what is 35.5k, nearly 36 kilometers. Donahoe, Lowe's, Bremner, Jaskalainen, and Lloyd with Almeida in that group of 6 riders that are on your main screen at the moment, containing our green jersey and polka dot jersey winner. In category 5, you can see the group is at 33.9k, again containing that polka dot jersey wearer and the green jersey wearer in Andalou and Idzik respectively. Another big group here, a little bit more than 8 riders in this leading group in category 5. Categories 4 and 3 sandwiched in between those two, and category 2. Because category 2 at the moment are at 26 kilometers, so they're going into the last kicker going up as we come across. Just taking a quick check with category 1, 24.1k. Well into the climb now, then you can see the gradient has gone up. At the moment, it's Tomasi who's tapping out the rhythm on the front, and the rest of this group are together at this moment in time. Maybe just trying to conserve a little bit of energy, knowing that you've got that long run into the finish.
Well, and I also think the fact that the group may well be marking Guerra a lot closer at the 24.3 kilometre marker than at the 6 kilometre marker.
Yeah, if anybody wants to go for a long one at 6k, my view would be go for it. Knock yourself out. We'll see you before the finish.
Bridget Kittle, Gabby Guerra and Catherine Fuhr on your screen at the moment. All of them up and out of the saddle, and the push is on at the moment from Guerra. Gosh, that's a sprint from Guerra at the moment, trying to go clear. Tomasi responds in style. Fuhr, Alberg, Hermansen, Kittle all in the mix. But Guerra is absolutely punching here, and that's what she's punching for, because that is the polka dot banner. She wants to cement the climbing competition, and she will do by going underneath that banner in 1. The rest of the pack now need to come back up and onto her wheel. Guerra, look at the pain on her face. That was one big push to secure those points.
And now dropping back to that 5.5 watt scale, just keeping that momentum rolling over the top is Gabby Guerra, who took the checkpoint on the Kyoto climb on lap number 2. Tiffany Penner, as we saw, taking the sprint over the top for category 2 on the second climb. Balawe in category 3. Salgado again going well with Andalou in categories 4 and 5 respectively. Brigitte Bremner again on fire on this course in category 6. You can see the time gaps between those riders. Don't forget, all of the results are available on MyWhoosh.com. It's www.mywhoosh.com/results. I think now is a good time to refresh everybody's memories because not everybody's going to be blessed with the same noted maps in front of them, or notated maps, in fact, in front of them. Take your pick which words you want to use, Matt, on the way through. This is your climb profile now. The last of our leaders have just gone over the Kyoto climb checkpoint number 2. So the second of those red banded sections at 24.6k. A slight drop down, which takes you through Suzuka and the motor circuit, climb back up onto the plateau, big drop down onto a long flat section then. It's 12.4 kilometers from the summit of Kyoto climb number 2 to the Samurai Sprint checkpoint at 38.8k. But then the final 5 kilometers are not simple.
No, because you come out of that Samurai Sprint and then you start what would be the Kyoto climb for the third time. But you do the first step, the plateau, and then you start the second step, and that is where the checkered flag is located.
Am I allowed to argue with you on this?
No, because you can see it on the screen in front
of you. It's a different step, though.
No, it's
not. A different length of step.
Yeah, it is, because they don't do the whole bit. It's on
You don't turn right.
Climb.
You go over step 1, you don't turn right, you go straight on.
Oh, well, there we go.
I only know
Pedantic.
that me, pedantry? No.
Well, Almeida, Lopez, Bremner and Lloyd all in this category 6 leading group, I think. I'm just doing a double check. They are indeed pushing on, but Lopez on the front here. Bremner, Lloyd, Jaskalainen, Almeida, Donahoe as well. 6 riders in the front of the race in category 6. Lloyd and Bremner, the duo, have been caught.
Yes. I would imagine that there's no way it's too long. It's just too long. There's just too much draft advantage sitting in a bunch. Unless the bunch is absolutely at each other's throats and nobody's prepared to work with anybody, they just have so much advantage on the way down. I mean, we're coming into what is the last sprint here. Lloyd is going to want to take away maximum points here. You can see Lloyd's face right-hand side of that screen.
Yeah, she might want to. There's a very different question as to whether she will at the moment. Going to be interesting to see what Nikki Lloyd does, because she is seriously working hard today. She is indeed pushing on, and a big push coming from Lloyd, just trying to get it, but the response is on behind, and Almeida kicks at 6 watts per kilo. Jacqueline Almeida, what a push! Absolutely phenomenal, but Nikki Lloyd held on.
You watched Lloyd. I was watching Lloyd there, and you could just see that what she did is she didn't get out of the saddle. She didn't sprint. She increased that power. She did, for me, what is an Ed Clancy sprint.
Oh.
Now, there's Ed Clancy, Olympian rider from Yorkshire. I'm just going to add that in very quickly. When he sprinted, he didn't get out of the saddle. He basically, what he did, he surged. He's a great track rider. He's now ambassador for cycling, actually, in the region. Lovely guy. But what he would do is he would increase the power and he would push down and he would use that. Now, when you're on the trainer here, you get an instant response because it's measuring those watts. And watts is watts at the end of the day, whether you get out of the saddle, spin a little gear, rev it round and increase your watts that way, or you sit in a big gear and reach that gear. And that's what we saw. We saw a surge coming. The opposite here from Tomasi. Tomasi out the saddle, dancing on those pedals, really kicking on at 6 watts per kilo here. Whereas we saw from Lloyd a surge and then a final kick when she had to just hold everybody else. She did exactly what was needed. Really smart riding by Nikki Lloyd.
Well, Tomasi going off the front of the category 1 pack, and you can see her on the screen at the moment, the 28-kilometre marker. Bruni, Albo, Kaczynski, Kiddle, Van Hooling, all in the group behind, and nobody doing any chasing at the moment. Catherine Fuhr now coming to the front of the group. They're 8 seconds back, and Tomasi continuing to drive. The rest of the group, well, at a very steady state. This could well be Francesca's, Tomasi's push for the line.
That's good to see, isn't it? I mean, she's a rider who I think For whom the options are running out.
Well, as you know, I think it's fabulous. I loved it when Tomasi had the interview at the World Champs with Francesca Tomasi, who took the bronze medal. And she said, I saw this event last year.
Yeah.
I saw the World Championships in 2024.
Yeah.
I looked at it and I thought, that's what I want to do.
And she did it. I mean,
I know.
yeah.
How amazing is that?
I know, but anyone who is a doctor by trade, you know, they're not daft. They clearly have the skills to be able to focus on something and do it well. You wouldn't want to be in their hands otherwise. Let's face it. So you can see that she's got that and she's applying it, and it has worked 100%. Now, just in with Natalia Idzik at the moment, 38.4k at the moment, 400 meters to go, and Amory Guiney has gone for a long one. Guiney has gone. It's all over. That's it. Because this lot are not going to come back, surely. It's a long run to the sprint. They've had two goes at this already. This is the third time in through the Samurai sprint. It's the same sprint here, but it is our last of our Samurai on the way through. Anne-Marie Guiney making her way down here. I tell you something, this is well and truly the way to go.
It is indeed. But Idzik picking up the pace behind because she wants second place in this sprint to cement the overall sprint title. And she does that, and she does that well.
For those of you wondering, it's not a hobbit in the corner. It is going to be Mikhail Kaminsky, who's just got the hood up.
Staying warm.
Staying warm, clearly, because this is the thing. I always think when you're riding and racing, you know, if you're anything like me, you're going to get warm.
And the fans are blowing, and you're
so
trying
you
to
want
keep
the
cool.
room to be cool. But then anybody who comes into that room goes, "Oh my gosh, what have you done? It's freezing in here." So come on, even my trail dog Indy won't even come into the room when I'm on the turbo because the room's cold and I'm red hot and it's noisy as well.
Tomasi at the moment is red hot. She's absolutely on fire. She's going clear of the Category 1 pack because there is no chase from behind, and it has allowed Tomasi to time trial her way at around 5 watts per kilo. She's now taking a bit of a rest on this descent because she's got 25, 26 seconds on the group behind. Alberg, Van Hooling, Fua, Bruni and Hermansen all in that chase group. But at the moment, it's Francesca Tomasi at the 30.4 kilometre marker who is clear at the front of the Category 1 race. This is now a time trial against the clock for Tomasi to win Category 1.
I would say all the rest of Category 1 have missed a little bit of a trick there.
Well, Angelina Roja hasn't missed a trick in the Category 4 race because yet again she has gone through and taken the sprint for the third time of asking. Miriam Taylor behind her, Jenny Pentonen, Suzanne Stenman, Maria Hjalmarsson, should I say, apologies, Al Ray, Johnson, Salgado, all in there. It's still a big group, actually. I'm just doing a check to see how many riders we've got in that group. 14.
Yes. It's just watching. I mean, look at them coming in and through. This is going to be very, very interesting indeed, seeing how this plays out. And there's a number of riders not that far behind. Far enough, I think, to be out of contention now as we run on to the climb. Remember that it's a climb up to our finish of 44.0 kilometers. Not even a meter more. So 44.0k for our finish line today here on the women's qualifier race number 4 in November on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. The last chance for our runners to get their second qualifying ride in to be in that team competition where the team prizes are added to the main prizes. Gina Van Rossum on our screens. Going to go back in with Gina. Gina looking fractionally warmer than she did earlier on today. If we're talking about temperature, I'm not surprised, having been racing, but still with that same focus from Gina Van Rossum on your screens in Category 4, coming back with a bang in the leading group. That's the way to go. And now big kick coming from Rossum out of the saddle here. She's seen a move go from Rebecca Johnson. She knows that you cannot let Johnson go. She's going to go straight up onto the wheel, go straight over the top here. And is Van Rossum now going to continue this move? She saw Johnson go. She knows the danger of Johnson. Van Rossum goes over the top and she's continuing to push. So attack and counter-attack, a bridge and counter going over the top. Johnson, do you know, I almost think Johnson, if she'd have seen that, she should have been straight on the wheel.
Well, she's going to take the turn, Johnson is, and hit the climb for the final time to the checkered flag. At the 31.9 kilometre marker, coming up for 32k, Gabby Guerra now intent on chasing down Francesca Tomasi.
And to be fair, I don't think she's really got a lot of choice in this because nobody's going to work with Guerra to chase her down.
Nope.
Because they know that Gabby Guerra is the hot favourite in this race at the moment because we know that she's got the strength, she's got the speed, she's got the kick, she's got the climbing, she's shown she's got the whole pantheon of skills that you need. She's shown that. And I think, realistically, if you were in that group with her, you'd be going, knock yourself out, kid. I don't need to chase. You do. Go for it. You're the hot favourite. You're the one. It's incumbent on you to chase, and it puts Guerra in the driving seat, well and truly, with everybody else going right. I'm going to sit on your wheel and draft you like crazy all the way in because I'm not going to help you at the front. Because why would they? Why would you carry somebody who's got such great skill, speed, attack to the finish? You'd sit on that wheel and make them burn their energy out chasing after Tomasi. And this, for me, is why I said they missed a trick, because if you'd have put 2 riders down the road or 3, so Tomasi had company, it would force Guerra to chase. The moment that Guerra's up there, back off, send somebody else down the road. It's a classic attack when you've got, a really good leader. You're taking a rider of the class of Guerra down. It's no slight on Guerra. It shows you just how good she is.
It does indeed. And it is a big push and a big drive at the moment, and they are chasing down Tomasi. She's 6 seconds clear now, and the gap coming down as the push now on. Kristen Kolczynski now picking it up on the front.
Oh, I'm going to argue it's not picking it up. It's 3.34 from Alberg at the moment. Tomasi still holding 5.5 as she keeps on going down here. The chase came from Guerra. Nobody helped her. She sat up, and this is playing into the hands of Tomasi. This means that Tomasi, who's a great climber, is going to go onto that climb with a lead if she can continue. She's a long way to go. She's got to get through the sprint checkpoint at 38K. And for me, the biggest danger here is Guerra now puts in another dig in to bring it back. Tomasi took a rest, went on the move again, being followed by Alberg. This is where Tomasi, she didn't have enough of a gap for me going into the downhill section into the sprint. She needed 30 seconds or so there to go through the sprint section and onto the climb in prime spot. Tomasi now, I think, wait, go again, attack again, but just keep on attacking.
Well, on the right-hand side of your screen, the Category 6 leaders. In fact, there are 6 of them. At the 43.3 kilometre marker, they're coming up towards the final climb that will take them to the checkered flag. They're going to be the first group of racers into the finish line today here on Qualifier 4 of the Sunday Race Club for November. On the left-hand side of your screen, it's the leading group in the Category 5 race. They are 1,500 metres behind.
Oh, 1,500 metres is going to feel a long way on this run into the finish. You can see at the moment, Category 6, this leading group on the way on to the summit. Remember, we finish at 44 kilometres. That is only 400 metres to go. So the riders are on their way on the climb. Kick comes once again from Lopez. You can see her second from the left in person. You can see the Avatar lonely on the front at the moment. She's coming around the right-hand turn.
Jaskalainen is coming, and so is Bremner and Lloyd. Almeida now kicking too. They can all see the banner, and it's going to be wide across the road. Nikki Lloyd, is she getting her timing to perfection? The green jersey comes up and over the top. The polka dot of Bremner is there as well, but it's Nikki Lloyd who's going to take the win on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club today. She's been knocking on the door for the last few weeks. Lloyd picks up yellow in Category 6.
So what a win by Nikki Lloyd. They're taking away the win from Bridget Bremner in second, Susanna Lose in third, Katja Jaskalainen in fourth, Jacqueline Almeida in fifth place, and Brooke Donoghue taking away sixth position. And that great result by Nikki Lloyd there to take away the win in Category 6. What a ride. I was really impressed with that.
It was absolutely brilliant. And
you can see her burying herself.
I know. And it has been a while, I think, since Nikki Lloyd has been on the top spot. She's been knocking on the door, as we said, with top 5 positions recently. And this one just played right into her hands.
I think that's only the second Sunday Race Club win. Only. I mean, I'd just win
2 wins is 2 wins.
Last win, first win was in February. On the Alula Adventure Loop.
Well, welcome back to the top spot, Nikki Lloyd. Category 5 now coming towards the finish as well. And we've got, 6 riders in this leading group in Category 5 and Category 6 rider on the back as well. Now we've got Erevek, Alzat, Guiney, Idzik, Andalun, Vanempar. There's a number of really, really strong sprinters in here who could well have the kick to get to the finish line. The polka dot skin suit being worn by Andalun.
Yeah.
The yellow skin suit being worn, the green skin suit being worn by Idzik.
So green by Idzik, polka dotted by Andalou on the front at the moment. Idzik in this group, timing being everything. We've got this horrible left and right. This ascent here is absolutely critical. Time for a big kick now as Alzate goes to the front. Isabel Alzate on the front here, really winding this up. 6.5 watts per kilo. Guiney, who loves a long run to the line, has gone as well. The sprint is going to come, and I think at the moment, Andalou at the moment is paying the price for all of those climb efforts. This is all about power. This is about the kick. They come round that right-hand turn.
Well, it's Idzik versus Vanempar at the moment, and they are literally side by side. Idzik, Vanempar. Idzik kicks again. Idzik kicks at 10 watts per kilo. Can she take this to the line? She's got Vanempar on her wheel, but Idzik is going to take the win today. She's going to add yellow to green. Idzik takes the win. You can see the effort it took to win that race.
13 wins on the Sunday Race Club so far for Natalia Idzik. 8 second places and 14 third places.
Well, with 200 metres to go, this is the run for the line in Category 4 as well. And it's Suzanne Stenman versus Gina Van Rossum. Can Gina Van Rossum make this a great welcome back to the Sunday Race Club? Stenman, Krasova, Elos, but it's Van Rossum who takes the win in Category 4. Welcome back, Gina.
First place for Gina Van Rossum, taking away the win there. Welcome back indeed. Second places, she's had 4. Third places, she's had 2. Phenomenal racing.
Well, talking about phenomenal racing, here come the Category 3 pack, and what a pack it is. Bulwara, Hadlock, Montgomery, Embring, Nielsen, Vittler, they are all in here. They're going to swing through and see the UCI banner. It is Murray versus Bulwara at the moment. Barbara Bulwara on the front. Julia Montgomery is starting the sprint. Has she started it too late? Can Montgomery go over the top? Well, I'll tell you something. Hadlock is coming, and Hadlock, I think, has just gone underneath the banner in one. Angel Hadlock, has she done it? Yes, she has.
Angel Hadlock, we said she doesn't leave any stone unturned. There wasn't a cobble she didn't cover at speed. There to take her 13th win on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club in 149 editions of racing that she's participated in. She's had 13 wins, 13 second places, that's 26, and then 11 third places, that's 37 podiums out of 149 races.
Well, whilst we watch Jenny Eck go through towards the sprint banner at the 38.7 kilometre marker, Charlotte Lucas hotly contesting it on her wheel at the moment. Lucas in the green skin suit, I think is going to come up and over the top. So Charlotte Lucas is going to contend the sprint against Jenny Eck in Category 2 and pick up those points. But let's just drop back, Matt, and round out those top 5s in the women's earlier finishing race fields.
Okay, so Category 6, Bridget Bremner came in just behind Nikki Lloyd. So it's Lloyd in 1, Bremner in 2, Lopez in 3, Jaskalainen in 4, and Almeida in 5. In Category 5, it was Natalia Idzik in 1, then Vanempar in 2, Guiney in 3, Alza in 4, and Andalou in 5. In Category 4, your top finishers were Gina Van Rossum taking the win, Elos taking the 2nd place, Krasova taking 3rd, Taylor taking 4th, and Roa taking 5th. And in Category 3, Angel Hadlock taking the win from Anna Embring in 2nd, Montgomery in 3rd, Bulawa in 4th, and Vittler in 5th position.
Right, and Category 1 and Category 2 on your screens at the moment. Category 1 at the 38.5 kilometre marker, they're coming towards that final sprint of the day. It's the 3rd time through the Samurai sprint for Category 1, and the push is on. Guerra's in the green skin suit, but being contested by Francesca Tomasi. Tomasi at 9 watts per kilo. Guerra has to respond. Tomasi's coming over the top. Guerra kicks again. Is it going to be Tomasi? Yes, I think it is. Tomasi's going to pick up those points from Guerra. That was so close. Thousands of seconds in it. Kiddle, Hermansen, Fua, all part of the group behind. Gallegos in there too. We're going to see who led each of the categories through that final sprint. Tomasi, Category 1. Lucas, Category 2. Embring, Category 3. Roa, Category 4. Guiney, Category 5. And Nikki Lloyd, Category 6.
Brilliant riding by all of our sprint checkpoint winners. Do remember that you can get the full results, www.mywhoosh.com. Go to the main menu, go to results, and then click on the live women's event. At the moment, the men's will go live as soon as that race begins, and that race is underway.
11 women in the leading group in Category 1. Tomasi, Guerra, Ulberg, Bruni, Van Hooling, Hermansen, Gallegos, Fua, Koinstinen, Kiddle, and Kulczynski.
I think it's going to come down to who has been saving the most energy, both in Category 2 and Category 1 on this run up to the finish. You can just see that we've got Katerina Karamani, top left-hand side of your screen, along with Tiffany Pettis, central left-hand side, and then Joanna Kalman on our screen, so the bottom left-hand side, as she makes her way in with Penna and Karamani in towards this finish. Kalman, you can never discount her coming into the finish, can you? Wagner is still in here. Guerrero is in this group. Banerjee in here. Engstrom, Ludin. I mean, it's just a who's who, isn't
14 women in the leading group in Category 2 against the 11 in the leading group in Category 1.
It's going to be an absolute battle. I can't wait to see who gets the timing right. It's so tricky to get it right as well, because you're trying to do that on the end of what is a sprint, a little bit of recovery and a kick again. So Gabby Guerra on the offensive early here, maybe after that last sprint, just wanting to go clean. See Guerra, the moment digging deep in here, at the moment with a gap of 3 seconds as they start to make their way in towards the base of this climb. Guerra in one, to Massey and Bruni and Alberg and Gallegos and Van Heuling, all looking to knock Guerra off the front of this race as they come over the line, and that is when it counts. It's about making sure you are in first place at the one point it really counts today, and that is our finish line. That's coming at 44.0 kilometres. This is the run for the line in Category 1. Just ahead of them are the riders in Category 2. And Nelly Lawson from Sweden has gone for a long one here. She's really ripping this up. Brown's responding here, but it's putting people in trouble behind.
Well, Rachel Brown has been responding all race. I've seen her come up onto the wheel of the riders pushing on the climbs and the riders pushing on the sprint. She's been watching those wheels and making sure she's in the right position. Tiffany Penner as well. She's in the polka dot skin suit behind and could well be one watching for this finish today. And we've learnt timing is absolutely key. Lucas is getting stronger. Eck is in there. Kalman, Wagner, they are all in the mix, and so is Engstrom. Could be a great finale in the category. No, not could be. Will be a great finale in the Category 2 race. Category 1 on the left-hand side of your screen, Gabby Guerra has gone for a long one. Tomasi, Bruni, Alberg, they're 5 seconds back. What can they do?
Timing is so tough on this course. You come up the main climb, you come in to the village, you take the turning, you turn left, and then you weave your way round in towards the finish. Category 2 just done that left-hand turn. So the leading group just onto this little plateau before we have that final kick up to the finishing line. It's going to be absolutely key. What can the riders do here today? They're going to come around this sweeping turn and then start to line themselves up for that finish line. Meanwhile, left-hand side of your screen, Gabby Guerra at the moment, 6 seconds to the good mill. Bruni at the moment not leading a chase mile. Bruni, I think, is leading in a complete charge of the riders behind, because look at the pace of Bruni. This is a real charge on now. She accelerates through. She's bringing the riders with her, though, and that means that they've got strength in depth, but she needs people to come not just over the top and back off. She needs them to come over the top and work, because the gap will go. Time is running out. 6 seconds gap for Guerra, Are they just handing over? Have they capitulated? Is the white flag being run at the
Well,
flagpole at the moment? Because that's what it looks like.
I can tell you, if someone had come over the top and continued the pull and continued the chase, they would have gone onto Guerra's wheel. But coming over the top and sitting up is not going to do the job. Guerra, Tomasi, while Guerra's still out, is just 5 seconds at the moment. Tomasi, Alberg, Fua, Bruni, they need to each take a turn and pull if they want to bring Gabby Guerra back at the moment. They've got, 1,600 metres to do it. They're going to run out of road if there is no clear intention. On the right-hand side of your screen, only 400 metres ahead of Gabby Guerra is the leading group in Category 2. 14 riders with 1,000 metres to go until they get to the finish line. This group are looking at each other.
They are. And they're looking at each other, and they're just way, way, way too dangerous. You just, okay, how much energy do you want to put in to get this finish? How desperate are you to take that first place versus second place? But at the moment, Guerra is in the prime spot. She's in the driving seat. The gap's gone to 10 seconds. Everybody else now, realistically, unless there is a massive implosion from Guerra, or she's abducted by aliens, or maybe some samurai gang come out, or she's chased down by the drone that's gone rogue somewhere out on course. I think we're going to find it's Guerra's. Meanwhile, Engstrom at the moment leading Category 2 comes round this left-hand turn.
She is. Cornelia Engstrom is driving for the line, but all she's doing is leading out Nellie Larson. Nellie Larson comes up and over the top. Rachel Brown on her wheel. Rachel Brown has been on everybody's wheel today. She now hits the front of the race for the first time. It's Brown, it's Eck, it's Proust, it's Larson. Guerra is there as well, but Engstrom now starting to launch again and kicking. Brown on the front still, but Proust now picking it up. Larson, Brown, London now coming through with a late charge of over 10 watts per kilo. Sarah London on the front, but look at them on her shoulder. Engstrom, Karamani. What can Katarina Karamani do? No one's bringing back Sarah London. Sarah London takes the win. Donna Wagner, I think, comes through for second place. I'm going to wait for the computer to tell me, but she does indeed. Sarah London from Donna Wagner, Jenny Eck, Charlotte Lucas, and Rachel Brown.
Penner coming through in 6th place, Engstrom in 7th, Correa in 8th, 9th place, going up to Karamani Press coming in 10th.
Well, with 150 metres to go, Gabby Guerra is clear of the chasing group behind. The UCI banner is there. Guerra has ridden clear of the group of 11 riders in the Category 1 race to take the win in Qualifier 4.
Gabby Guerra's 11th win in the Sunday Race Club. 11 wins, 31 second places, and 13 thirds.
Well, Catherine Fua coming through to take the sprint from Elise Gallegos, Francesca Tomasi, Camilla Alberg, and Merle Bruni. Brilliant
racing, brilliant riding. As they come in to that line, a sprint up that final climb. The group were all battling though for second place. So that was Guerra's. I mean, she set her intent out early. She then went back and rested in the group, and then when it came to it, she kicked clear.
She did indeed. So Gabby Guerra takes the win today. 1 hour, 6 minutes, and 29 seconds from Catherine Fua, 16 seconds back. She led the charge and took the sprint. Elise Gallegos in 3, Francesca Tomasi in 4, Camilla Alberg in 5, Mel Bruni in 6, Lisa Hermansen, Bridget Kiddle, Liz Van Heuling, and Mina Koinstinen round out the top 10.
The Select Sensations team taking away the top spot in that team competition. Guerra and Fua repeating their 1-2 of last week in qualifier race number 3. We are going to take a very short break. We'll be back with the men's qualifier race number 4 very shortly indeed. Make sure, of course, that you are watching. Get yourself refueled, rehydrated, rested briefly, a micro rest before we go on with the racing. And that's going to be coming your way here on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, do all the usual. Follow on at MyWhoosh on social media. Myself and all the team will be back with you shortly. Till then, goodbye. So hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It is qualifier race number 4, and for those of you who were watching earlier, yes, our women's race is indeed done and our men's race is about to start, although we do have people still out on course in that women's race. So if you are out there still racing, don't worry, that last hill isn't as big as it looks on telly, I promise. honestgov.com. My name's Matt Payne. I'm here in the studio with Emma Martin. You can follow me on social media. It's at Matt Fixer Payne, and have put up the book of the week already on social media by the amazing power of speedy fingers and all that. That is done and dusted as we head back into Kyoto, into Japan for race number 4, the qualifier number 4 in the men's competition. Very similar to the women's course if you were watching earlier. The same climbs, but 3 of them this time round. 2 sprints, so still 5 checkpoints in total. The finishing distance, 57.1 kilometers. We go straight into a climb, first of all, with the first of those Kyoto climbs. So very little distance on the way in till we get to our first checkpoint of 4 kilometers. And then we have the dip down into the motor racing circuit, climb up to the plateau, and then a drop down into that Tokyo Sprint checkpoint number 1. It's rinse and repeat, realistically, with that climb until we get to sprint checkpoint number 2, and then that run for the finish, the climb up the ascent, is very, very interesting indeed. And if you've seen the women's race already, you will know how close that comes in terms of sprints. Small group sprints was predicted by Emma earlier on in the show in the women's race, and I'm sure she'll be predicting much the same in the men's competition as well, because that is what we are likely to see. In fact, I'm getting thumbs up from the other side of the studio. In fact, Emma just busy just doing a little bit of behind the scenes work because of a very close gap between the men's and women's races today. 6 riders, 6 sets of categories taken to race start. Remember, prizes equal across the women's and the men's races in terms of checkpoints, in terms of the overall, in terms of team competition next week. 6 categories, the prizes even increase in value as you move from category 6 to 5 to 4 to 3 to 2 to 1, as we move up from our standard race category 6 right the way to our elites, our top flight riders in category 1. The category 6 riders are going to be our first riders to go. It's a 5-minute gap then to category 5, 5 minutes between category 5 and category 4, 5 minutes between category 4 and category 3, with 10 minutes between category 3 and 2, and then a further 5 minutes to category 1, who are the last riders to leave the start pens today in qualifier race number 4. Category 6 are lined up and ready to go. A real mix of teams in here, and it was a level versus BMC versus Zebra Karajas squad battle. Coming out on top 3 teams. Level Racing took the 3rd spot. They were 6 minutes down on our race winners in terms of the team competition. BMC Spinergy took 2nd, but it was Level Titanium, Xavier Mayer, Jeff Rooney, and Alexander Fiedler who took away top spot. Their team time with their 3 riders added together. Remember, it's 3 riders to count. Team time in total, 3 hours 55 3 hours 55 and 32 seconds, so just shy of 4 hours of racing. BMC Spinergy came in under the 4-hour mark. They were 3 minutes down. It's time to see who's going to take that team competition today, ready for our team finals coming up next week. Who's going to be on a winning roll in category 6 in our teams, and of course in our individual riders.
Who is? That is the question. So in terms of the Sunday Race Club, the men have been here once before, the 5th of October. 2nd time out for this course on the Sunday Race Cup. Also part and parcel of the MyWhoosh Championships this summer, where the course record was set by Ollie Jones. 1 hour, 15 minutes and 51 seconds in category 1. It was the Sunday Race Club qualifier in October, where Josh Lipka set the record in category 6, 1 hour, 32 minutes and 33. Will Sebza in the fabulous jerseys. Do you know that man always has great kit? But another fabulous jersey from him. Can he beat Josh Lipka's record today?
It's very Netherlands almost.
It's great.
It's a very unusual. I like it. It reminds me a little bit of the Zetnat squad in the UK.
I was going to say the same thing.
Yes.
AKA Tim and Julian Gould.
Yeah, Tim Gould, the absolute legend of mountain biking.
Yes. Check out World Championships.
Back in the 1990s.
And the bike, Tim Gould rode.
It might be in the studio, I think. Is it? Is it in the office? I don't know. I think there's a bike like it. I don't know.
Well,
we'll see. It's absolute class. Absolute class bike. And they are great believers that orange is a powerful colour.
It is.
It makes you go faster, apparently.
A bit like red.
I'm not sure they believe red is a fast colour.
Everybody knows that red cars drive faster. Skierski on the front at the moment. Sebsa in 2, Leone in 3, Lewis Silva on your screen. Yet another of the riders from Portugal. Really, really strong contingent and fabulous to see Silva part and parcel of that cycling district team. They have teams across every single category.
Yes.
Absolutely brilliant. And it does mean then that their riders, should they move up a category or should they move down a category, still are able to be part and parcel of the same squad.
And his squad is 5 riders strong. Sabrino, Caloro, Silva, Barroso and Vegas for the Cycling District 6A squad. In fact, Cycling District got that many that they've got A's and B squads in most race categories as well.
I feel a little bit... My heartstrings are tugged when I hear 6A and 6B. Because if you're in 6B, does it mean you're lower down the pecking rank in the team? So you're in the B squad rather than the A squad?
I very much doubt it, but you never know.
I know.
You're just thinking back to being the last person picked for the football team syndrome.
A football team?
Maybe.
Any sports team. Reminiscent of school.
Well, football is like school.
Well, at
in
the
most
moment,
countries, it's like kicking a ball
is the rider on the front of the pack at the moment and pushing on. The men go straight out at the start and very, very quickly into the first climb. 2 sprints today for the men, all of them after some significant climbing. So that climbing out of the pen, that Kyoto climb, the first of the 3 climbs, coming at the 4-kilometre marker. It's 3 clear steps, the climbing, with the Kyoto climb checkpoint being the top part of the step. This time round at the start pen, they missed the first step, so just 2 steps in front of the riders out of the pen, but you do need a good warm-up. And Diego Schwartz having a good warm-up today because he's right part and parcel of the leading group here. He's in the top 20 at the moment, one of the newer riders to the Sunday Race Club, right in the mix here in Category 6.
The fans blowing the big screen in front. The bottles are lined up. Even
great cadence.
Open up. Yeah, just tapping around a really nice cadence, which is really good to see. 96 revs per minute. Category 6 on to the first climb of the day, heading for the checkpoint. Category 5, the first set of riders to follow. Category 6 out from those pens. The Category 5 team competition, always a real battle. This time round, Level Up took it away from the Cycling District squad. Cycling District took 3rd and 4th places, but Level Riders took 2nd with Bertrand, Tishano and Dromard, but it was Kendall, Roy and Kirk of the Level Up squad who came in front. They were just under 3 minutes clear. Total race time for Kendall, Roy and Kirk added together 3 hours 47 minutes 17 seconds. So Level Up taking the win from Level Riders in 2nd, Cycling District taking 3rd and 4th places with their A and B squads. And once again, they've got the A and B squads in action as well. So the A squad, the team that took 3rd last time, the B squad, the team that took 4th last time. So that maybe answers Emma's question. Let's time to go racing in Category 5, hitting the roads here today. The BMC Rule 5 squad could be in the mix today. And of course, all this dress rehearsal for next week, which is when the team competition pays out those big prizes. They're added to the individual prizes that come out each and every week. Well worth warming up for. Lucas rides bikes, warming up. He's freezing cold at the moment. He's warming up to literally warm up. He's got a woolly cardigan.
Well, you know, sometimes needs must. And it is very, very cold across Europe at the moment. Mikhail Kaminsky just posted some pictures of it snowing outside their Pain Cave window. Well, Luke Kendall does not have that problem. It's coming into summer where he is. It's definitely not snowing outside of his window.
I am loving 2 things.
It's a bit warm.
Yeah, it's a bit warm. We get the message. Fantastic stuff. I think that is a nod to both of us there. He's got the headband on for the Headband Club for me, which matches the Category 5 colour as well. Superb colour coordination. So for the Headband Club, extra bonus merits there. And then a bright jersey for you, which you always sort of
I do.
Yeah.
Always a bright jersey. Got to be seen when you're out on the road.
or just be seen full stop on the cameras. Am I right in thinking? Did you tell me when you got into the studio today that you've been buying some new kit, some bright new kit? Is that what I heard?
No, I haven't bought new kit. I've bought new undervests.
Oh,
I've
okay. I
bought
thought it was
new
something
base
exciting.
layers for the winter, but they are very, very bright. Thank you very much, Jeff Rooney, because I have gone with some kit we sometimes see Jeff Rooney in. Well,
All
Ski is on the screen. Krosnos and Kalangad, they're all going for that Kyoto climb for the first time. And look at that. 3 riders across the road. Oh, it's Ski who takes the polka dots. Just.
How close?
Well, I'm looking at that. I reckon that's 0.15 of a second.
Okay, I made it point nine, but that might just be me. Maybe it's just me being rubbish at maths. Probably
But,
is. Let's face it.
there we go.
Whilst my maths needs some clear work on it, no such problems for the Category 6 riders who are well and truly up and over the top of the climb en masse. Huge bunch, actually, very close together going over the top of the
35 riders.
35.
Well, let's just do a little quick check here because 63 riders were on the start sheets today in Category 6. 35 come over together at the top of the first climb. 376 riders in total on the start sheets in the men's race, which sounds like a lot. We were having a little conversation in the women's race that when you have 4 qualifiers, one of them does dip in numbers. And in the men's, it was qualifier 1 where the number dip was. Always interesting. 356 qualifier 1, 375 qualifier 2, 385 qualifier 3, 376 qualifier 4.
Well, one man who's looking to qualify for that team competition so he can ride for the team. You can see at the moment, Emil Ivanov at the moment really tapping out a rhythm here. Ivanov looking very strong as he goes up here, and you can see the focus on his face at the moment. So definitely very, very good performance from him. Rider from Bulgaria.
Yes. Now,
quite unusual. I don't know if I have one before.
Oh, it's a good question. I'll have a look for next week. 79 riders on the start sheets in Category 5, the largest race field. 78 in Category 2, so 2 and 5 looking like the biggest race fields today in the men's race. Rudolf Bertrand, the Canadian rider, in his lovely level racing kit. Green is a fast colour as well. I do like a green jersey. I like a blue jersey as well, so green and blue, nice combination. But the Canadian rider, always strong, and I think this is the type of course that will suit Bertrand today.
I'm going to ask a very trivial question, but it is a question. Did he have the jersey designed especially so that the level racing was level with the bottom of the beard, or does he trim his beard so that it just sits level with the level racing? It's something I never, ever going to have an issue with, but it looks good. It's loving the attention to detail there. It's excellent. Whether our riders in Category 4 have got that same level of detail, we'll find out, because the riders in action in the team competition, there are 5 teams actually battling it out for the very top spot, very close between Ride Club Finland, who ended up taking 5th, Level Golden, who took 4th, BMC Racing 4A, BMC Racing also go for their numbers and letters, with 3rd place. You've got the Ride Club Finland for going through. They took away 2nd place, but taking away top spot, Cycling District 4. Louis Canossa, Rui Ferreira, Joao Horacio Filo, and Mohamed Mukhtari were their 4 riders in the team, with Canossa, Ferreira, and Filo, the riders taking away the team competition, 7th, 24th, and 26th. To take away the team win. And it shows you, when we've got these big race fields, you don't need to have the race winner. In fact, you don't even need anybody in the top 5, and you don't need to be backed up by people in the top 20. You can be right through that race field and still count in the team competition, because it's so mixed on the way through. Really interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out today, our last qualifier of the month. Remember, each month, qualifiers before the last Sunday of the month. The last Sunday of the month is our finals. That's where not only is the individual prize list awarded, but also the team prize list.
Well, 65 riders on the start sheets in Category 4, resplendent in red. It was Natari who took the win last week from Neville Ross. Hernandez, Zoanati, and Villada were all in the mix. And this man, Luke Allport, in Category 5, went off fast and furious last week. I tell you something, he's climbing strongly today as well at the 3.7 kilometre marker. He's got around 250 metres until he sees that polka dot banner and the stretch on the Category 5 pack. You can see it on the top right-hand corner of your screen. Julio Orrego is the rider now, dialing it to the line. Jonathan Cridland and Sebastian Prince coming up as well. Big push from behind. One huge line of riders.
Look at that. It's a Lion Express train weaving its way through the countryside here, like the bullet train almost in blue, weaving its way through at high speed, coming over the top of the mountain. And you can see riders still making their way through that checkpoint, despite the leaders going through some time ago. And you need to be in the wheels here because it's very quickly over the top and then into another descent. So you've got to be holding position. We're in with Mohammed Mukhtari. Good day, sir. Good to see you back on the bike. Part of that Cycling District 4 squad last week. And look at this. He's got company as well in the back. So
excellent.
Yeah, keeping him, making sure he's pedaling hard enough. I'm hoping that they are ready to crack the whip, metaphorically rather than literally, and make sure that he's riding fast enough at the right time. No slacking. Clearly allowed there in the pain cave.
Have you ever been on the bullet train?
I haven't. Have you?
No, I've been on the high-speed rail in Hong Kong. That does 200 kilometres an hour. From the old airport to the mainland.
Right. I've been on TGV, the TGV or TGV train, which is the high-speed French version, doing 350
kilometres an hour.
Scared the living. No, it didn't scare. It was very smooth. That was between France and Switzerland.
No way did it go that fast.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to look at that. I don't think the TGV goes that fast.
It was a really fast section. It was dead straight for ages, and they really were winding it.
Speed. I'm looking.
Super speedy.
I'm looking at how far. Well, Mika Rukasamasi on your screen at the moment.
Tell you what, I'll look it up.
No, I've done it. Yeah, 320 kilometres an hour it goes up to. The TGV.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was absolutely nailing it.
It was à grande vitesse.
Yeah, it was grand vitesse. It was so quick. I mean, honestly, the countryside, if you looked in the distance, you couldn't tell, but boom, it was like, it really did show it was a bit like this. Although that was a dark black one. It didn't feel as classy as a shiny one.
Well, at the moment, the class on the front of the Category 4 pack is Reinheimer. Roncancio now going up as well, and Van der Graak, the rider, pushing on and at the front of the group. They're coming towards the 2.3 kilometre marker. They are on the plateau before the final climb. The final climb section, 800 metres. It is the climb checkpoint for the first time. 3 times they do this climbing checkpoint. The 4 kilometre marker, the checkpoint comes then at the 23.4 and then at the 37.7.
Sorry, I was deep in the studying of my start sheets again, as per normal.
As you do.
Well, yeah, that's kind of how it works. Daniel Moretti, the rider we're in with at the moment in the Category 3 race field. You can see the teams coming up on your screens. Last week, Sandstorm took third place with Johnson, Stevenson and Batty, 4 minutes behind the race winners. It was only a matter of 7.976 seconds between the team in second place and the race winners. Level Goldens, Ricky Lane, Andrew Rushmer and Ollie Solar run right to the line by Timothy Brook, Patrick Bloom and Travis Barrett, taking the team win for BMC Racing. So the BMC squad taking away the team competition last week from Level Golden, from Sandstorm. Will it be BMC out the top? Can Golden take it to that golden step in top spot? Will Sandstorm stir up a storm of sand?
Ooh.
We will find out. It's going to be a battle. Rather than sand, it may be cherry blossom.
Well, they are in Japan, and the cherry blossom resplendent as they come out of the pen. 59 riders in the Category 3 race. It was Brooke from Patterson last week, and well, it's going to be a good race this week. Category 3, Nicholas Fournier, who we sort of associate with the sprints because he really is strong there. He holds the course record on this course,
Okay.
set on Qualifier 1 in October. 1 hour, 23 minutes, 27 seconds. I always think if you hold a course record, if you know you go well, if you've had a 1, 2, 3 on a particular course, it's sort of your motivation, your psychology is always really good when you're on the start line.
Yes, and I say yes. I agree with you entirely. I was just double checking he was on the start line, which he should be. At the moment, though, the problem for all these riders, because it's so quickly up to speed, you've got this time. Daniel Cadiz at the moment is absolutely nailing this. He's going to come around this left-hand turn. You've got Rivchan along with Strel, Fiera, Banex, Poddy, all chasing behind. Cadiz is going to take this, though. And he's going to take away maximum points in Category 4, going up over the top of the climb, really showing a clean pair of heels to all of the rest of the riders there. The group, maybe, it's still a long line, but maybe to me, not quite as stretched out.
Yes, not quite as Category 5.
No, it's still
but there's
long.
Still a long tail on that Comet.
There is indeed. First commercial jet airline, the Comet.
Well, there we go. Henry Oyer. Oh, look at that.
Now, that is in-flight refueling.
I hope that is a bag of sweeties.
It is.
Yes. Did you not like that one?
No, that was no, not that. That's not for me. There we go. Look at this.
Look at that. Absolutely. If you need something covered in sugar.
Do you know what? That is in my book from 1972, the training book.
What, you need something covered in sugar?
Literally talks about sugar as an instant kick mid-ride to refuel and making sure fueling, nutrition and hydration are all correct.
Well, if you're currently watching and listening to the men's race, you'll need to go back to the women's race to understand the book Matt is talking
Matt's
about.
book of the week.
Yes,
it may become a thing.
Which was discussed during the women's race.
It was indeed 1972 training manual from Italy.
Discussing the history of indoor training. Please do take a look. Really interesting.
And if you missed the pub quiz question, we won't give you the answer straight away. What year does the first publication, which is called Science for All, what year was Science for All publishing about riders using home trainers for competition? The first reference that I've ever seen.
You can, of course, type your answers if you didn't listen to the women's race on the chat of the men's race.
Yeah, if you did, look clever and put it in.
But we will give you the answer later on. Well, I don't know whether we should. I think we should just make everybody watch the women's race.
Watch the women's race or go onto my feed. I haven't Matt Fix because I think it's up on there as well. We're in with three riders who definitely weren't around when that was being done. I'll give you a big clue. It does predate 1972. Our riders in action at the moment. Che Howell at the centre of the screen. Yossi Polacca down at the bottom and Luis Andrade on the top. I'll tell you something. Category 3 is... We say Category 2 is the new Category 1. Well, Category 3 is the new Category 2. In fact, it's the new Category 1 almost because it's so much of a battle. I mean, riders like Yossi Polacca, Che Howell, Luis Andrade, an absolutely brilliant lineup. And they're just some of the riders. Daniel Moretti, Sam Pieta, Daniel Coleman's in here, Carol Sladek in here, Daniel Marquez, Jana Peak, for me, Travis Barrett, who was absolutely flying last week. Category 3 it's brutal.
Yes.
I mean, great fun, but still brutal.
Yes.
Any further expansion on that point?
No.
Minimalistic, thank you.
Yes.
Concise.
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So 2 words there.
Well, at the 2.8 kilometre mark of the Category 3 pack, nowhere near as stretched as we've seen the Category 4 and 5 on the climb. They're coming towards a section, though, that could well see a stretch on this group. And Nicolas Fournier, the rider we're in with at the moment, should well be one of the riders paying close attention, or other riders should pay close attention too. He's taken the win here before on this course. Trent Stevenson, Luis Andrade, Lucas Johnson from the USA could well be paying close attention to Nicolas Fournier's rear wheel.
Indeed, I think I will be. I think he's definitely a man to watch, a man to keep an eye on. Definitely one of those riders who knows what he's doing in a bunch. We know that from the rest of his racing and riding in cycling, but definitely shown that here. very much on MyWhoosh on the Sunday Race Club as we see Category 3 now. Left hand, that's long sweeping turn into the slightly longer, wider right hand turn. And then we'll be into the summit that's run for the checkpoint. At the moment, this huge group all together. Fournier just holding the wheel of Kurski at the moment, Bachuiski and Batty, Piazila, along with Polaka, Bitka, all in the mix. Batty right up there as you'd expect on this climb. But Kikirski at the moment really is setting a tempo that's hard to follow. Never mind get past. You can see a big push coming now from Fournier. Fournier goes alongside Howeiler. He goes past Howeiler. He's onto the wheels. He's sitting in second place. Timing is going to be critical. These three starting to pull clear at the moment. Howeiler now with a kick back. So is Yun Lin at the moment. But you can see a big push. Fournier now goes alongside. He's going over the top. Look at this. Lin Yun Yu at the moment is going to really push him to the line. It's going to be Nicholas Fournier who takes it. That was a real push, and that is going to cost a lot of effort. You could see that final kick going in has taken the two leaders clear. What a ride as they go over the top there.
13 watts per kilo Fournier had to kick to go over the top.
I saw 14.7 coming out there. I mean, it's a peak, don't get me wrong, but wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Lin and Fournier doing the business on the top of the climb, and the rest of the pack, you can see them chasing hard. Paredes is the rider bringing them back. Kukirski is in there as well as Nicole Kansara. So the Category 3 race, well, it is a light. And Nicholas Fournier, part and parcel of that. I did say psychologically, once you've won a race on a course, you feel good. Sorry, couldn't help it. I've had a bit of a few days. I'm sorry, I shouldn't admit it now, should I? I've had a bit of a few days where every now and again, my brain just goes, oh, there's a song about that, and it just happens.
The sound of 1,000 crane cats.
Maybe. Xavier Maillard on your screen at the moment. There's no cats screeching around there. There's no thing screeching at all. He's doing a sterling job and part and parcel of the front group in the Category 6 race. And they're coming up to the 15-kilometre marker.
I am loving it. I mean, I love the jersey, but I love the fact it's matched with a Lotto Soudal shorts. I was just started watching the Unchained, which is the English version of Coeur de la Peloton, which is the heart of the bunch, on Netflix for the 2024 tour, featuring.
Are you books and TV programs at the moment?
I'm doing a lot of cycling stuff, and in there, really interestingly, there's a really interesting bit about Evan Remnicol in there, along with Pogacar and Vinegar, in that real battle they had when Roglic was in there as well. I don't even say everybody's name if I take long enough about it. But it was really interesting, the Lotto squad and how they were approaching the race. And it really did, watching the battles between those riders, who were the stars of the team, and the riders in the teams, and how that mixed together really did make me think about Sunday Race Club and how our teams seem to be able to perform and how they all work together as well. Really interesting. Now, let's go across. The next set of riders away are going to be our Category 2 riders. There's a whole host of teams, some great team names out there. In terms of results, though, last week, the Hitmen came in 4th. The Team de Fast came in 3rd. Abu Dhabi team, Mel, Bird and Nuki, they were the only riders within 3 minutes of the lead team. In fact, they were within 6 seconds of the lead team, because they were just behind the Gloria Victi squad. Nathan Guerra, Jakob Bjorklund, Todd Allen Young, Mark Santo and Arvin Godardzi were the riders in the team. It was Guerra, Bjorklund and Allen Young who were the scoring riders in that team. Their team time, sub 3.5 hours, so 3 hours, 24 minutes, 11 seconds. But it was 6 seconds separating them from the second place team. Don't discount some of the other riders who at the moment are looking to get those qualifying rounds in. I think this is going to be a real battle between the riders as we get ready to hit the roads. Category 2, up and away.
Yeah, they are indeed. Look at the size of that race field. 78 riders on the start sheets in Category 2. And they're one rider light today, because Nathan Guerra, who has been on seriously strong form recently in Category 2, has gone up to Category 1.
Congratulations, sir.
Yes, Nicholas Arago, though, on the front of the pack at the moment, driving them out of the pen, taking the left-hand turn out onto the course. The first 200 metres done, and the big group rolling and rolling strongly. Omdahl is there, Berlin is there, Pinto is there, Bird is there. You can just see the pace on the front, absolutely motoring. Ross Fawcett in the mix as well as James Krasnich. Patrick Karlstrom is there as well. Expect these names to feature. X100 Mendakowicz, Ospina, Guerra and Haggerty were the top 5 last week. Becker took the sprint. Godzazi took the climbing competition. So 7 riders in that name check. Patrick Karlstrom on your screen at the moment, up and out of the saddle, dancing on those pedals. The pace is strong at the moment, and they really are motoring out the pen.
I've probably said this before, but I love his fuzzy mic cover.
Do you? I've never heard you say that before. Oh, he's pushing it out the way now.
Patrick, don't
you
do
weren't
that.
supposed to see it.
Oh, I love that.
Look at the jersey behind. Much
I know,
more
finished
better.
jersey. Yeah, but I do like. I am a bit of a sound and a microphone and an equipment geek.
Only you. Patrick.
No, it's not. There's a whole community of us out there. Don't knock us and discriminate against us.
Did you really just say that?
We are mic geeks and proud.
Well, you carry on.
This whole podcast on
each
it,
to their own, I tell you. Arnie Jacobs on your screen at the moment, and you can see in the pain cave, real look of concentration at the moment, because the pace is really strong here out the pen in Category 2. They really are moving 45 kilometres an hour as they head towards the climb, and the climbs come thick and fast on this course here in Japan. They're all short, they're all sharp.
Shocking as well.
Well, okay, that's a good word to add as well. Short, sharp, and shocking.
Yeah, they are, and they come, as you say, thick and fast, very, very quick indeed. Our riders at the moment, just making their way out, just going over the lakes at the moment with the lanterns just floating there, just to the side. Gotta say, I absolutely, of all the worlds on MyWhoosh,
do you like Japan?
I do like Japan.
The koi carp in the river is good.
Yes.
Look, I have to say, I'm just sitting here thinking, do I have a favourite world? I'm not sure I do. I have favourite routes on different worlds.
Okay. Well, I wonder what Martin Wozniak's favourite route is at the moment. You just see the town going for the colour coordination again with the room nearly in the same green. Good to see Martin in here, headband club member as well, which is always good to see. Got the earphones in as well.
Do you know another rider who's back in the mix? Cam Winfield. We've not seen him for a while.
Oh, he's back on racing form, probably.
I know, and very much mixing outdoors with indoors, and really good to see. But Kaplinski right at the front with Olivier Simmons, and Simmons now starting to pay real close attention to the front of the group, and a big dig actually from Olivier Simmons. And Ivan Nuki in the mix towards the front of the group as well. So is Bruce Bird, so is Jamie Cahill. Andre Notes is in there too. In fact, there is Ivan Nuki, different place today in the Abu Dhabi Cycling Club, setting the room up slightly differently.
Or different, yeah, it is different boxes in the background. I think Ivan Nuki. I might have a thing for microphones and be very geeky on them. Ivan Nuki's on boxes, cardboard boxes. Clearly, I wonder if there's a podcast on cardboard.
I think
boxes.
it's just deliveries, isn't it?
It is. I have to say, one of the real nice guys of cycling,
Yeah.
and in action at the moment. Now let's go across to Category 1, where we have to bring you some startling race news in the team competition. The Cycling District 1 squad swept all before them last week, taking away the win. Adrian Alvarado, Michel Machado and Magnus Colset, backed up by Diogo Alves, taking the win in the team competition in Category 1. Well done. Congratulations to Cycling District 1 in Category 1, taking top spot. Brilliant ride by them. A just reward with riders in 5th, 12th and 15th position. A strong team performance by them on the way through. And a real mix of nationalities as well to do that. The riders in the teams are racing at the moment for pride and practice, as well as, of course, that team spirit and the battles that you can put in. But don't forget, our riders out there individually as well, because the individual prize list is the one that takes precedence. Today, we then have the team and the individuals coming up next week in our finals. The final race start, though, up and away here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club in Category 1. It's our final qualifier. Qualifier number 4. We're in with Lionel Vijayasinghe. And I'm sure still nursing that damaged arm from the crash in Abu Dhabi. He came off on a cycle path on a team ride. A moment's inattention is all it takes to put you on the floor. Shows you just how vulnerable you are if you're not fully on it all the time. And very, very sharp at the moment. You've got to be sharp in Category 1. There's an attack going. Category 2, just as sharp required because we're coming to the top of the climb here. And at the moment, it looks like it's going to be Nuts who's going to go clear at the top. Notes from Karlstrom. Karlstrom putting a great ride here. You can see him on your screens. Second place today. Little shake of the head. No, he didn't get the prize, but I tell you what, mate, that's some good points. 4 points in the bag. Don't knock it. You got Trojanoski, Simmons, along with Brignall as well on your screens.
You do indeed, and the pack not as stretched as some of the earlier groups we've seen go through, so a much closer contention in Category 2. In Category 1, it's Michael Knudsen on the front. He took the win last week from Said Safrazadi, Pavel Skirski, Mikhail Kaminski, and Adrian Alvarado. He also took the sprint competition. Alvarado taking the climbing competition. Kaminski coming up right on the wheels. On your screen at the moment, snowing outside Mr. Kaminski's window at the moment, so nicely chilled in the pain cave. Vijayasinghe is there as well. Great fast start here in the Category 1 race. And, wow, there's some real riders on form here. Leonard Tugel's back on the bike after the World Championships, and Gledness there, Andreas and Michael Vink back. Welcome back, Michael Vink.
Yeah,
best
definitely.
wishes, and hoping you are recovering from that illness and nasty virus, I think it was, that Michael Vink had, and just taking some while to recover from it. They really can wipe you out.
Yeah, definitely. And I think particularly when you're looking to peak coming into form for a World Championships, you're running yourself down to that fragile edge, and I think that's why you do see riders when they're absolutely at peak performance. They pick up illnesses, pick up bugs, they can pick up a virus, and that can take you out.
Yeah, you have to be so careful with post-viral issues.
100%.
Well, Ollie Jones on your screen at the moment, doing a great job. He's up and out the saddle, and another great ride at the World Championships. Brilliant to see him there, and brilliant to see him. He's been on such great form recently, and I think that form will long continue.
We will soon find out. Meanwhile, Category 2 looks like Mistakes 100 on the chase of our leading group at the moment. Just been distanced from the main pack. He'll look to charge back into the wheels here at uncharacteristically just dropped. So it's Kisnowski, Goodwin, Coimbra, Hoffman as well. Just in trouble here. You can see that group in front as Mistakes 100 chases on. The Formula 1 cars descend down in the opposite direction as Mistakes 100 looking to make the most of the momentum down and up onto this line. The other side of the barriers as the cars go racing by. He's got two seconds to Lucas Halen. Halen just holding the back of the group. So that warm-up just starting to take effect for Lucas, who did message us earlier on saying he's warming up with a wool cardi. I bet he hasn't got a cardi on now.
Well, you just never know, do you? But I doubt it. I think the warm-up jersey is now off at the 6.1 kilometre marker, and the big push is on here in the Category 2 race. Big long line, riders off the back already, and they're only at the 6.2 kilometre mark.
So 6.2, 6.3k cover for Category 2. Marcin Trojanski just at the moment, just tapping that rhythm out on the bike on the turbo train. The sun blazing in through the window. The breeze is blowing at the moment. Got to keep it set together for a lot further. An attack now.
Look at that.
Michael Knudsen, the rider who has had the most podiums in the history of the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club ever, which is 93 podiums to this man's credit, which is a phenomenal amount on the attack.
Think this time he's going for the climbing competition because the Kyoto Climb checkpoint is coming soon. It's around, 550 metres away, and Knudsen absolutely dialing it for that polka dot skin suit.
He's taken 20 King of the Mountains competitions so far. I mean, don't forget, this is across 182 participations. So he's right up there in terms of the overall. number of participations, right up there in terms of the number of podiums. Behind him, you can see the kick coming from Paul Skierski, I think, recovering post-World Championships and looking to take away a royal kick here to move himself up into contention. You can see him out of the saddle at the moment, really pulling on those bars. He's got a fast little kick here, and he's coming up towards Knudsen at a fair old rate at 12 watts per kilo. He's closing the gap down. Will it be too little too late? Because I know that Knudsen's now going to be able to see that banner just in front of him. He's round this left-hand turn. Here we go. Knudsen's going to take top spot. Skierski's going to take second place here. It's going to be 2 seconds back to Kaminski and 6 seconds back to Jones from Skierski here. The leading riders, Knudsen, Skierski, and Kaminski, breaking clear of that group. Jones has gone clear as well, actually.
Well, you can see the intention there from Skierski as he tried to close down Michael Knudsen, but Knudsen had just got his timing to perfection, leading through Category 1, 5 minutes, 53 seconds. Andre Notes leading through Category 2, Nicholas Fournier, Category 3, Daniel Cadiz, Category 4, Julio Arrego, Category 5, and Wojciech Skierski, Category 6. Impressive stuff.
It is impressive stuff. A very, very quick start. You know, you're talking inside the first 10 minutes, you're going up the first climb, you're over the top of the climb, you've got your first checkpoint decided, and the race is blown apart as it is here in Category 1. There are gaps all over the place. Riders attacking off the front for fun. A real animation of the racing at the moment, that gap well and truly opening up. Do you know there's a comparison between the women's and the men's races here?
Is there?
No world champions.
Ah, that is true. And I have had a little message, actually.
Oh, have you?
Yes.
From anyone in particular?
Well, telling me that Jason isn't doing Sunday Race Club today because they're on holiday and going riding in the desert.
Excellent. Jason, enjoy.
Apparently, he'll be back next week.
Jason, if you are watching this, Jason, if it's before you go out riding this, enjoy. If it's afterwards, I hope you had a really good ride.
Tell you something. There's been a lot of cake on his social media this week.
I like world champions that like cake. I have to say, it's probably the only thing I've got in common with them, other than I actually do ride a bike occasionally. I
think he rides a bike more than occasionally.
Well, yeah, riding a bike. I ride it occasionally.
But it is great to see that cake exists in a world champion cyclist world.
Well, and holidays and breaks and gaps, because otherwise you just snap.
Well, there we go. And snapping on the front at the moment is Bruce Bird at the 9.2 kilometre marker. They are pushing and pushing on strongly here. On the descent, actually, off of the Kyoto climb, the Tokyo Sprint is the next item on the agenda for this group of riders at the 12.4 kilometre marker. It's 3K down the road, but there's still a big stretch on that group.
It's well and truly, it's stretched and split actually in the middle there, and means the riders behind are having to work on when on a section where they could be resting, they're having to pull themselves back into contention. And that's why it pays to be right in that leading group as you go over the top of the summit. So to be there, not get caught the wrong side of the gap. Wise riders like Jakob Björklund have done that. They've got themselves in the right place, right time. You can see Björklund at the moment, that fan of blowing, the headband on as well, and Jakob Björklund with trophies in the background as well. Motivational, I am sure, to put down those rides, but doing a great job here. Right place, right time, right at the front.
Yes. Absolutely. 10.3 kilometres. They are motoring so quickly towards that Tokyo Sprint. Let's have a little quick run through the other riders who have been through, because a number of riders through that point at the moment, whilst we've still got 2 kilometres to go in the Category 2 race.
We'll keep our eyes on the front of the race as well as bringing you those results, because at the moment, Zach Nair has gone for a long one. Always a dangerous move. He's got SS, Jamie Cahill, Nicholas Becker going with him. Graves has seen the danger. He's gone, and so has Kalman. I suspect this is going to end up as one long lineup. Nobody's going to let Zach Nair go down the road. Nair sits up. The rest of the group are on his heels. It's come back together.
Well, he sits up and goes again. But it was Antti Järvinen who took it for Category 6 from Slaboch, Maillard, Kalangad and Belakovs. In Category 5, it was Laszlo from Arseno, Duda, Prince and Arrego. In Category 3, I've missed Category 4, haven't I? Category 4. Oh no, my computer's gone all nuts on me.
I don't think computer's going nuts.
No, it's just me. So Rusamaki took it in category 4 from Lopera, from Butcher, from Chikorts and Banach.
And then category 3, the last one?
Category 3, it was Patilla from Morgan from Ridley.
And category 3 and category 4 almost the same times, aren't
Absolutely, almost identical through the Tokyo Sprint at the 12.4 kilometre marker.
Really interesting. A lot of names you've not heard of for a long time. They're coming from Race Runners Riot on there. We are seeing, it's one of the things that we do see on Sunday Race Club. And I think it's really good that we see and you're going to pardon the pun here, cycling of names. So riders who are on form, riders who are in a rest period, all changes, riders who are coming to their better performances, riders who are accelerating up, who are maybe new to the sport, making their way up through, riders who maybe take some time out and come back as well. And that's really interesting to see across all of the race categories. From category 1 to category 6, we are seeing a resurgence of some of the older names on there.
At the moment, Vidal Mayer pushing on, and really good to see him coming into some form at the moment. He's with Nicholas Becker, SS, Mark Santo and Phil Graves. Those are the riders driving for that sprint banner. There it is up ahead. And can Graves get onto the back wheel of Mayer? Vidal Mayer is going to go through and take the green skin suit.
So Mayer goes through ahead of Graves, Phil Graves, the rider who ticked over that 200 Sunday Race Club count, and the first rider and only rider to do so, to go over the 200 marker. Currently on 203, this is 204th.
Wow.
Sunday Race Club used to be Friday Race Club, in fact, when Phil started.
Wow.
In the dim and distant past.
Well, the Category 1 race field about to hit the main descent off of the Kyoto Climb Plateau. The group looking like they are all still together. Tugol's on the front, Mikel Plantero in. It's great to have Plantero back. And first Sunday Race Club for some time yesterday. But it's Tugol's absolutely dialing it into the downhill to get the momentum up, to lift the pace, to get the kilometres rolling, and then to take some form of rest.
Well, Lino just on the screens and confirmation there that arms still strapped up, so down on the tri-bars there on the aero bars, supporting that body weight rather than using the muscles in his arms in that forearm, and taking some of the pressure off the joint as well by doing so. Super focused here. He's going to be in one position, I think, pretty much for most of the race here today. Tapping out that rhythm. He put in a superb ride at the World Championships. I absolutely love the battling ride he put in.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. It really, really was. And fabulous to see, particularly in that final stage, stage 3. It was just superb, and great riding and great racing. And anybody who has hurt their arm, shoulder, hand will know, just as Vu Yassin, the value of tri-bars on a turbo.
Indeed. Well, one man who's not needing those at the moment is Safra Zaidi. Great race by him last week. But it was good to see him back on form as well. No, rider that we see racing regularly in multiple disciplines, looking very, very good. I think he's looking on serious form for me. I think I certainly wouldn't discount him on today's race. I think it's hard enough for him. He likes a hard race route. I think also the racing has gone from the good, and that is going to make it hard. I mean, the sort of racing that Ross Fawcett likes. He's out of the saddle here. He doesn't want this to be just a spin for the line and then sprint. He wants it to be tough.
Well, they're at the 14-kilometre marker, and Fawcett and Lewis now the duo together off the front. If these two do a team time trial away, X100 on the back of the group with SS, really not pushing on. So a real opportunity here for Fawcett and Lewis. Going to be great to see if those two can work together.
Yeah, I agree entirely. I agree entirely that it would be good to see them working together. I think they're two riders. I was just sort of considering it. Ross Fawcett, we know he's going to go on a breakaway. And then Lewis, another rider who's got that ability to do so. One man who I was looking forward to seeing on today's race route, Ryan Giuliano on the climb at the moment, looking very, very strong. He's got the gap at the moment from Hernandez. Hernandez currently clear of Cadiz. Cadiz has a Fiera on his wheels, but look at the move coming from Cadiz now. Cadiz knows that he needs to start start getting right up to the front. The problem he's got massive kicks coming alongside him as Anthony Pony goes over the top. Pony goes up to nearly 7 watts per kilo in his pursuit of Giuliano. Giuliano is going to get maximum points. He's not going to be caught by the line. Pony is coming at speed, but he's not going to close the gap down by enough. Cadiz will come through for points as well as they come up over the top of the Kyoto climb at that time around. So Kyoto climb number 2, Giuliano taking maximum points, 5 points, Pony taking 4, Cadiz taking 3, and then we saw Hernandez taking 2, followed by Fiera taking 1. So Hernandez on your screens, points scored on climb number 2. Good to see Carlos on our screens in person. Thank you very much, sir. It's good to join you, the Colombian rider. Nighttime in Colombia. It's not yet made that morning in Colombia. You can see darkened pain cave in there. The screen lighting up the room as he makes his way through, picking up points. 2 points that time around on climb number 2, the second time of the Kyoto climb. Climb number 1 in category 4. Well, he was right in the mix, but didn't score the points. So starting to come better as we're making our way through. We'll see what he does when we go back again. We hit the next summit. We're at the top of that climb in category 4 in 14.5 kilometers time. Back in with category 1, we're down at the sprint at the 12.4 kilometre marker. Really unfolding here between Ollie Jones, who's discovered his sprinting legs are back in gear. Once again, you can see him top left-hand side of your screen. He's up against Skierski at the bottom left-hand side. The 2 riders go through the sprint that time around. The Tokyo sprint coming at 12.4k as they came in through. And just going to do a double check on positions there as they came in through the line. Tokyo sprint number 1 going to Ollie Jones. 5 points to Jones, 4 to Skierski, 3 to Gednes, 2 to Kaminsky, and 1 to Vujasin. And the riders going through that group of riders, altogether 17 riders at the front of this race, 2 clear, 15 chasers. As you can see, Ollie Jones coming through. The time, though, category 1, just a little slower than that of category 2. Category 2 going through quicker by some 9 seconds, and showing you that the category 1 riders maybe just saving their firepower for later in the race. Jones up Mayor, Piatilla, along with Russi Maki, Laszlo and Yarvinen, the winners of the segment prizes in categories 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 respectively. And of course, don't forget, you can pick up the full race results. They're live at the moment on MyWhoosh.com. I go to the main menu, go on to results and go to the live racing. And don't forget, of course, they are currently live and provisional. They are only confirmed when they're verified, and you'll see that blue stamp of approval going on them. Whilst you're on MyWhoosh, don't forget, download the app on iOS, on Android, and on Windows. You can download it onto a lot of devices. There's a whole host of those, different computers, whatever works for you. You can put it onto your phone. You can mirror it up onto an Apple TV, whatever you want to do. Get it up on the screen. Get your bike on that turbo trainer, on your home trainer that date back a long, long way. We'll not tell you the first date just yet and give you that surprise. But don't forget, get yourself on board, get on and ride, and get out and train. Lots of great ways to race, to ride, and of course to just enjoy a different community out there. And if you're out and racing on MyWhoosh, out riding on MyWhoosh, or out coaching, lots of great ways to interact with everybody as well, from Discord channels right the way through to the live chat. And of course, you can interact with us because you can get in touch on the live chat on the YouTube channel. That's where we monitor things live. Here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. That's myself, Matt Payne, and Emma Martin. We are here in the studios throughout the year, bringing you the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, as well as the MyWhoosh Championships, and of course the World Championships, the UCI World Championships. Which we cover a lot of, cover 20 different World Championships this year for, in total for the UCI, and I think it's 15 this year, different UCI World Championships, including the championships you can watch on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel and on Twitch TV. Just go to the World Championships for 2025, MyWhoosh, the partner for 2024, 25 and 26. Now coming up to the top of the climb, Lewis Ridley on his way through the Kyoto climb number 2 in category 3. He was in position 1, just coming up over the top of the climb. Ridley in 1, Andrade in 2, Badu in 3. Goitex in 4 and Oya in 5. Interestingly, Yun Yulin going through in 6th place, not scoring points that time round. Neither did Fournier, neither did Batty. So a lot of the people who are at the top of the climb for the first time on the Kyoto climb, not in the climb competition, on the second time up the climb. So a real fight unfolding, I think, for the overall now as we make our way around the race route. The furthest down the race route, 31.5 kilometres, is category 6. And the category 6 group, still a big group at the front here. And the category 6 riders at 31.6k on that sort of in between section, between climb number 2 and climb number 3 of the Kyoto climb. Only 14.3k separating, in fact, those two climb summits.
Hey.
So, Emma, predictions. In the women's race, you predicted small group sprints.
Yes.
You were correct. I know it pains me to say that.
I just about to say, could somebody please write that down?
What, the
fact that you just said I was correct.
It doesn't happen often. You've got to make the most, I know.
Excuse me.
So the riders on the way around.
So I'm correct or you say it?
Pretty much both.
I walked into that one with an open door.
You did it, open the door, and I just ran right through it. Predictions, big group sprints or small group sprints?
I think we're going to say
it's sprints. Let's face it.
Fairly good size sprints today. I think we're going to see.
When is that for? Between small and large?
If you just hold your side of the studio a second,
okay.
I will clarify what I mean.
Is it going to fall down? Does it need holding?
Yes.
If it's not,
the roof will fall in on your head.
Okay.
Right. I think groups of between 15 and 20.
15 and 20. Okay, you heard it here first. I've got some news for you.
Go on then.
We are going to be joined on the Sunday Race Club by one of our super viewers, Christoph Collins. His power pedals arrived yesterday.
Yes. Hurrah!
So, Christoph, let's
Welcome to December. A Christmas present.
When you're on. Yes, definitely. Let us know when you're joining for the first time, Christoph. Get in touch with @biking_Emma.
Well, we'll see him on the start sheets when they come through.
Yeah, but it's always good to have a heads up.
That's true. Well, a heads up, the racing is underway here in all 6 categories.
Really? No.
Yes. I like to state the obvious sometimes. 32.7 is the category 6 race. Category 3 race, 25.4. Now, Batty is the rider we're in with at the moment, and they are on the climb. 25.5 kilometres. They are motoring strongly. They've gone through the lap 2 climb. They have dropped down the other side into the basin, and they are climbing out the other side before they hit the plateau at the top and then the long descent off the Kyoto plateau. Then they head through the valley, and then they do it all over again. Laps of the Kyoto climb is where we're at today, and the category 2 race at the 20.6 kilometre marker are coming up on the Kyoto climb for the second time. The checkpoint at the top at the 23.4 kilometre marker, that is where they are heading, and Joel Lewis, the rider, still out front.
Not anymore in.
Nope, SS goes up and over the top. Washnas is there, Cahill is there, Berlin is there. Notes in the polka dot skin suit, having taken that early on in the race at the 4 kilometre marker.
So the riders are battling it out at the moment as Christoph adds more comments to the chat. I'm not even going to read all of them out, but we hope to have you with it. It's all good. Honest. So Olivier Simmons now on the in that group at the front, steadily working their way up this climb. They come out from the bamboo plantation. Bamboo is not just something that you hold up your runner sprees with. The bamboo can grow to huge size. As we see Mark Santo giving us the thumbs up. Good to see you, Mark, there. You can just see tapping out the rhythm. It's a very nice place where he's riding. You've got the sort of the road bike boxes in the background. You've got the bike in the background. You've got like the hanging rail there as well, which actually doubles up as a weights rack. It's a nice looking pain cave.
Well, Santo is a handy rider, I'll tell you that, and often in the mix on a sprint, and these types of climbs will suit him really well today. Khan Kane is another rider for whom this course suits really well. The rider who can mix the climbing with the sprinting, it really is his type of race.
No pressure, Khan.
Alexei Kalman is also in this leading group. He holds the course record on this course
Does
in
he?
Category 2, which he set in October, Qualifier 1, 1 hour, 18 minutes, 25 seconds.
1 hour.
18 minutes, 25 seconds.
So by my record, in another 50 minutes or so.
About.
It's a long time to make sure that you're in the right position.
No, it's just a lot of concentration in a bike race, isn't it? And Rick van Erck, we know, will be there or thereabouts at the end. He is a great, consummate rider, week in, week out. And I love the fact he's always smiling.
He's only smiling because, yes, again, we've gone to him the moment he goes uphill. We never, ever go to Rick. Whenever... it's never on a downhill. It's never on the flat. Rick, have you? I know, sir. He must have a flag that says, "Only come to me when it goes uphill, please."
Well, I'll tell you something. It's because he's doing such a great job and he's normally on the front of the peloton.
Well, that is true, because if you're up there in the front, you're going to be there, and he's right on the front at the moment.
But the production team must also know he can smile, wave, and climb at the same time.
Multitasking is a thing that can happen, It is possible.
I know. And Rick van Erck is a master of it.
He is indeed. Rick, if you're going to do let us know, because we've probably got some multitasking for you to do at some point in the near future.
Well, Leonard Hugels and Lionel Yasin, the two riders off the front of the Category 1 race at the moment. Riding strongly, Michael Knudsen now deciding it's time to bring them back because they're heading towards the Kyoto climb for the second time. And Knudsen, in that polka dot skin suit, does not want to let them go. Said Safrazadi doesn't either.
Hugels versus Vujasin, both from Belgium, on a climb. It's very reminiscent of a battle that we saw in the World Championships.
Hugels did indeed take that bronze medal, and fabulous racing from him. And I think that was one very, very pleased Leonard Hugels. Yasin Safrazadi, Knudsen, Milostic, Kulsit in the mix as well today. Safrazadi on your screen, you can see how hard he's working to close that gap down with Michael Knudsen on his wheel.
I'll tell you something, when you are going flat out on the front of this Category 1 race, you have nowhere to hide because the cameras show just how much of an effort it is. These are the best riders in the world in cycling esports, battling it out here today. We might be missing our world champion. The rest of the medalists are here. The rest of the riders battling to be in contention right the way from the top, right the way through all of our race categories, 1 to 6 riders out racing against their peers, up against verified riders to see who can ascend the best, who can take the climbs competition, who is going to be battling out. It's Notes who's going to come to the fore again. I tell you something. Now,
he's riding well.
Notes from South Africa. His timing is superb on these climbs.
It is indeed, and riding really, really strongly today. Who could discount him at the finish? Well, he's in that polka dot skin suit. SS, Yazbek, Wozniak, Trujillo, Kalman, all paying close attention behind. There's not a huge amount of spread on that Category 2 group.
You said who could discount him at the finish. It's going to shock you to realise he's never, ever had a win.
Well, today could be the day.
He's not had a second place or a third. He's not, in fact, had a podium. It shocked me. I thought the way that he rides, he would have had, string of wins. But no. I mean, he's relatively new. But he's got 2 King of the Mountains jersey competitions to his name so far. Clearly what he's focused on at the moment in Category 2.
Well, 52 riders in that leading group in Category 2 at the 24-kilometre marker. Not quite halfway yet.
Not even halfway.
That's what I said.
You said not quite.
Same thing. Anyway, Category 1, 21.6 kilometres, around, 1,500 metres or so to go until they get to that banner for the Kyoto climb for the second time. And the pack rolling strongly for Yasin Knudsen in the mix. Jakob Dane in the mix as well. Good to see him really pushing strongly and coming through. Magnus Kulsit doing a brilliant ride as well today. And as we said, great to have Mikel Plantero back on board.
Sorry, I was just thinking about the Suzuka race circuit a little bit because we've seen so many of our riders going in past it. Just a really interesting part of the circuit. Anyway, never mind that. Let's go back to the racing. With Stein home at the moment in Category 5, left-hand side of your screen, just being chased down by Sebastian Prince, who does not want to let that gap go. He knows the danger of letting Stein home go clear. Home at the moment with Prince on the front. Tuomi looking to close the gap down. So is Ikaro Silva. Eben Swart not letting this gap move. Neither is Alexei Tishano. Then big names are starting to push up here with the danger of Prince and Home on the front. We're going to come in to the junction and take the right-hand turn here. And as we make our way up this climb, so you can just see Home bottom left-hand side of your screen in Category 5, bottom right-hand side of your screen, the leaders on the road at the moment. And this is the lead group of Category 6. They're at the 36.9 kilometres marker. So they are also on that same ascent of climb number 3 of the Kyoto climb. Behind them, the riders, the last riders to set of Category 1 at the moment, Pavel Skierski at 22.7k. And guess who's in front of him? It's Category 6. This is the Category 1 leader on the left-hand side of your screen, about to go flying through. You see him on the right-hand side, going through the group of Category 6 leaders who...
They're on lap number 3. He's on lap number 2.
Yeah, he's on climb 2. They're on climb 3. And you can see the pace of Pavel Skierski on this climb. Absolutely brilliant attack here. And behind, they're all at 6s and 7s because Tugels and Planter and Safrazadi are quite literally at 6 and 7 watts per kilo. And we're starting to see that push even higher. In fact, we're going up to 8, 9s and 10s. So at the moment, the pressure on chasing the man who's on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see him spinning away on the bike out of the saddle. Pavel Skierski of Poland. The rest of the riders now are following in his wheel tracks. He's absolutely rocketing up here. He's going to go through to take the King of the Mountains points. No problems at all. As they came through on Kyoto climb number 1, it was Knudsen from Skierski, from from Skierski, from Kaminsky, from Jones, and we're just in Category 1 and Category 2 going through almost identical times last time around. This time around, Skierski takes the honours behind Jones. Yeah, Jones is going to take the points, then Andreas, and then it's going to be Knudsen. That's going to give Skierski the polka dot jersey. They're going to be separated by 1 point, separating Skierski and Knudsen, with 1 more climb to go. It's going to come down to that last climb.
15 riders in that group, and Skierski leads them through. Notes led through Category 2, Ridley Category 3, Giuliano Category 4, Holm Category 5, and Callangad Category 6. As we said, 15 riders in that leading group in Category 1. I'm just going to give you a run through. Skierski, Jones, Andreasen, Kaminsky, Knudsen, Noren, Vink, Dane, Tugels, Kulsit, Safrazadi, Gledness, Plantero, Vyasin, and Confession. Milostic just off the pace, around 20 seconds back. Arnie Jacobs is the rider we're in with at the moment. He's doing some chasing. The riders he's chasing, well, surprise, surprise, Bruce Bird, Marcin Wozniak, Nikolai Damsgaard and Phil Graves, 4 riders off the front of the Category 2 pack. Arnie Jacobs just going on to their back wheel as they dig again. The gap only 4 seconds at the moment, but it could start to stretch if they push. They're pushing into the downhill section after the Kyoto Plateau. Really good move this, because as you drop into the descent, the more you push, the bigger the momentum, the greater the gap.
And you've got basically just this run down through the bottom where the samurai sprint was for the women, then back up onto the climb again. And just really a good place to put that gap in. And they're out of sight briefly as they come around the turn, though the chasing group is behind. And I don't think they're going to let this go easily. But at the moment, I'm just seeing... between 5 and about 8 watts. So it depends on who's on the chase at the moment. Godarzi at the moment starting to push. SS doing the St. Cahill's right in there. They need to get their act together though behind, because it's going to open up quickly. It's easy to be complacent when you can see the group there. You think, we're big, they're small, we can get there. Not necessarily going to happen. Right, let's go back or forwards, or like depending on which way you are going to take this, because this is the final time
Yes,
that
third
Category
time.
5 and Category 6 are going up the Kyoto climb.
As Jason Osborne would say, 3 times a charm.
Okay, you take it from the world champs that is the case. Let's bring you the update, because Category 5 and Category 6 at the moment are battling it out. Category 6 were the first to go over the top. Joshua Kalangad went over ahead of Belikos with Skierski, that's Wojciech Skierski, and Ash Leon with Radamaki in the group. In fact, in Category 6, there was a big leading group, looks like about 12, if not 15 people. Just, I think Emma's doing a quick count up whilst I speak. Meanwhile, in Category 5, Cadabona went over the top with Arseno, Duda, Murato, and Prince. They were the point scorers in the KOM, the King of the Mountains competition. In terms of numbers of riders, 29 riders in Category 5.
Yep.
Category 6, how many?
19.
19. Okay. So 19 riders in Category 6, just a little bit bigger in Category 5. The riders on the way down on the descent into the Suzuka circuit. The Suzuka circuit is actually quite unique. There's only 2 Formula 1 circuits that are a figure of 8 that have an overpass and an underpass, a tunnel underneath.
Okay.
So most of them go around either clockwise or anti-clockwise effectively. But actually, it's one of only 2 circuits that is actually a figure of 8. And it's actually designed as a test track for Honda.
Woo, there you go. Learn something new every day.
You do.
Every day is a school
day. You do. Every day is indeed a school day. But it is the Formula 1 circuit the riders go past on the top of the plateau.
Well, Category 6, the riders who came out the start pen first still have 17 kilometres of racing to go. Category 4, we're in with them on the climb this time. They're at the 37.3 kilometre marker. They've got around 350 metres until they get to the polka dot banner. This is going to be the final summit on the climbing competition. And, well, it's the third time up the Kyoto climb. 800 metres is the categorised section with an average gradient of 5.7%. They're going to swing around that right-hand bend and move towards the banner at the moment. Rusimaki is in green, and the push is coming on the front. Pulgarin is up there. Who else is up there? Butcher is up there. Giuliano is up there. Pulgarin, Lopera, Fiera. It's just a big drive on the front. And I think that's Ryan Giuliano, who is really dialing it at the moment. Yep, it is. And Giuliano is going to go underneath the banner. Wow. Rui Ferreira is there. Mika Rusamaki is there. Antiponi is there as well. Juan Lopera is in the mix. But it's Ryan Giuliano who picks up the 5 points and the win in the polka dot competition.
It held it good over climb 1, climb 2, it swung away, then back into the polka dot jersey. So the polka dot jersey are resplendent on the leaders in that competition and will be the winners if they make it all the way to the finishing line in categories 4, 5, and 6, because they're over the Kyoto climb for the final time. They now have a run across of some 4 kilometers to go. Category 3 on the way up the climb, so category 2 and 1. I think time to remind ourselves of this run into the finish, because it is a critical run in from the top of the Kyoto climb checkpoint for the 3rd time. So our 3 climbs are done as we bring you the course profile here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. As you can see, we have climbed Kyoto Climb not once, not twice, but 3 times in our category 6, 5, and 4 race fields. Category 3, 2, and 1 are on their way up that climb as we speak. From the top of the climb, we drop down into the Suzuka circuit. That is the big V-shaped descent and ascent immediately after. We then come off the plateau, drop down to the Tokyo Sprint checkpoint. That's the final one of 2 sprint checkpoints, and that is where the sprint competition will be decided. Once the riders have gone through there, we then have that long flat run across before we dip down, and then the final 2 ascents, part 1 of the Kyoto climb, and then we turn left at the T-junction rather than right, and then that takes us round on a longer loop before what is a second step up. And it's an uphill finish. And you'll remember from the women's race, this is not an easy finish at all. Getting your timing right is key. Emma, any tips to the riders if they're listening live at the moment between the Kyoto Climb checkpoints 3 and the finish?
My comment would be in those final couple of kilometres, in fact, in the final few hundred metres, if you're going to go long, go hard, because the chase will come from behind and you need to be careful you're not caught on the line.
There we go.
Not giving anything away from the women's race.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
There you go. What about you?
It would be to be brave and be bold.
Oh, be brave, be bold.
Be brave and be bold. Fortune favours the brave.
Sometimes it doesn't.
And the bold. I think this is the course that it does, because I
No,
think
fair
if you
point.
hesitate, all will be lost.
Well, nobody's losing anything at the moment in the Category 1 race. They're all still together on the left-hand side of your screen. Kaminski, Dane, Skierski, Knudsen, Safrazadi, Tugels, Vink, Jones, all in one big group at the 30.2 kilometre marker. 3.2k up the road is the Category 2 leading group. And I say leading group because it has stuck. So Jacobs, who we last were in with, closing the gap and joining the group of 4 up ahead, is in the group of 5 with Nikolai Damsgaard, Bruce Bird, Phil Graves and Marcin Wozniak. That is one group of 5 that could definitely stay away till the finish. This could be the brave group of your asking.
It could indeed. I've got my fingers because I do like when a breakaway succeeds.
Yes, it is a good thing.
I know.
Did you just bash the desk?
Yeah, that's me bashing the desk. If you can hear that in the background. Gotta say, it takes me back. I was talking earlier on about watching the Netflix Unchained 2024 season with Remco Evenepoel along with the racing. There's a brilliant move being made, a breakaway being done by one of the little teams, the thingy post NL Post squad, and they sprinted away and they stayed clear. They thought they were going to get caught before the line. For once, a breakaway made it. It was real Sunday Race Club-esque. It was brilliant. Anyway, let's dive into the racing. The Kyoto Climb featuring heavily in the race route at the moment. You can see Category 2 on the right-hand side of your screen. At the moment, making the way up it for the third and final time. Category 1 yet to reach that point there in the descent. At the moment, though, categories 6, 5 and 4 going over the top of the climb. Category 3 have also made that junction as well. The leaders going over the top in it's a big group, isn't it?
37 riders in the leading group in Category 3, and no surprises. Nicholas Fournier leading them over 4-5 points. Youssef Badal picking up 4. Martin Conda picking up 3. Nico Kansara in the mix. Do you know he's been in the mix all day?
He has.
Really interesting to watch. And Trent Stevenson, again, another rider who has been there or thereabouts all day, picking up 1 point. As I said, 37 riders in that leading group.
It's a big group. It's huge.
The strength and depth in some of these categories is absolutely fantastic. But that's the whole point of the category, is that there is strength and depth in it. You are racing riders who are of a similar ability to you. So it's not surprising that we see big groups of riders. Category 6, they're at the 44.7 kilometre marker. We've got one rider down the road at the moment, but the pack is coming. The pack is chasing.
It certainly is. Right at the front, the rider being chased is Alexa Bellicos. Bellicos with a 5-second gap at the moment to what is a good-sized chasing group. Kalangad, who took that polka dot jersey and he's got that confirmed on his shoulders if he makes it into the finish. In that group, Leon Newman, Rademacher, Kalura, Truba, Weissen, a real big pack of chasing riders. A little bit further back, Category 5, Deshano, Rodolph, Loxley, Womack, Silva, Ligero, all on their way in through.
They're all coming towards that final sprint at the 46.1 kilometre marker. Category 5 on their way there. Category 6 very nearly at that point.
And that sprint, the final sprint points that will be allocated, and that's where that jersey should find its final home. Remember, all of these results subject to verification. The verification process super extensive across MyWhoosh, and all those results at the moment live on mywhoosh.com/results. Make sure that you dive on board if you want to see how people do in all of these little sections. Don't forget, whilst you're on MyWhoosh, make sure notes on this ride. It is Alexa Belikovs who's cleared by 16 seconds. That gap is going out rather than coming back at the moment. Belikovs goes through, maximizes his sprint points. Now, at the moment, he has that sprint lead jersey. However, the rider who was holding it is chasing hard behind. We're going to see who it's going to go to overall as we see Slabosh go through in second place, Callagad go through in third, Maynard Newman along with Clara and Antonin come through, but it's looking good for Slabosh at the moment.
It's a long run still. It's still 11 kilometres to the finish line today. It's a long time to be clear, and it's pretty much flat. It's a flat plateau, a drop into the basin, and then there is the climbs out to that finish line. But probably about 8 kilometres of that 11K is flat. Benefits the group.
Yep. 100% benefits the group, but I don't think that's going to stop people training. Now, interestingly, big move coming from Duda here. It's Sprat in that group. Tishano is up the road by some margin here. He's round the corner and gone. I think they all looked at each other and went, well, are you going to chase? Are you going to chase?
After you. They were being polite.
Well, I think they were being guarded with their energy. We're on the run into the sprint. And Tishano's gone. I think they've gone, well, he's gone for the sprint. That's great. But the problem is, with that kind of time gap, this could be a run for the overall as well. Here we go. On the way in, we're in with Evan Schwartz at the moment. He's nicely ensconced within this pack. Further up down the road, the riders coming in for Tokyo Sprint. Tishano goes through ahead of Duda, goes ahead of Laszlo. Now comes the rest of this group in Category 5. So Tishano going through 16 seconds clear of Duda. Duda goes through only 0.1 of a second clear as Laszlo, and then it's a further 8 seconds back. It's a sort of Seno, Loxley, Pinto, Legford, Mortek, blah, 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 blah. Like, goes on forever. It's like reading the phone book. 27 riders total through, 24 riders chasing 3.
Yes, 24 riders chasing 3. It doesn't
chasing
sound,
2 and a 1.
Well, it doesn't sound, does it, like good odds. But Wozniak, Birds, Graves, Damsgaard, Jacobs.
The gap in here, very, very big, very, very big in here. I think it's very interesting, that Category 5 race that we just saw going for the sprint. Absolutely, that gap has opened.
Yeah, I know, but the gap in Category 2 is also good. It's down to 11 seconds on the climb, but they've gone through, they've gone over. It's the final climb, and those 5 are still clear.
And that gap's not as big, though, 14 seconds.
Wow, yes, but someone's got to want to chase, and normally I would look to X100, and boom, off he goes. No, off. Can't you? The decision, isn't it? It's really, really interesting. Do you chase? Do you not? Does anybody else go with you? Nobody else is wanting to go, and I think X100 put the power down and went to see who else would go. Nobody else really wanting to. Mendakowicz trying to cover the move by just lifting his pace slightly, but nobody is looking to drive like X100.
See, a 20-odd second gap at 11 kilometres to go is much better than having 11 seconds at the top of the descent, where that group is going to come down at pace. And that, for me, that's where this is going to come down and potentially come back together again. But the way that they're looking at each other, I mean, the frustration from the riders on the front of the chasing group who want to work versus those who are just sat in, very, very different indeed. So, Category 1 on the way round. Category 1 at the moment, the 36.1 kilometre marker. They're coming in towards the top of the climb fair, the shortly 37.7k, the top of this. So 1.5 kilometres to go. That's just under a mile if you're working old imperial money. That is in terms of distance. Some people still do. Most of the UK for a start.
Well, Ollie Jones in green at the front of the Category 1 race, pushing on strongly here. He really is the rider driving towards the top and pushing on. Vink, Dane, Knudsen, Tugels all in the mix. Well,
Mm.
it's interesting to see, isn't it? Who's going to push on and go strongly? Pavel Skierski in the polka dots. Surely he's the one who's got to drive for that line at the 37.7 kilometre mark.
And he's just going to be waiting because he's got a great kick on him. I think he'll just wait and he'll wait and he'll wait and then he'll go at that very last moment. He'll put in a decisive move. I suspect he's racing smart enough now. I think where he knows what he wants to do. He'll have a plan in mind of where he wants to attack. He'll respond if he has to. Now, as we start to see another push, I think Nussen just squeezing on there at the front of that group. Meanwhile, let's go back across it to Alexei Tishano. I'm looking at that time gap. 9 seconds to the chasers, and there comes the bunch behind round the corner.
Look
Here
how
they come.
flat it is at the moment. The pace has got to be with that group behind, and I think Alexei has just sort of thought that and backed off a little bit. No, he's putting down the power down again. At 8 seconds, that pack has got to be rolling quicker.
It was 20 odd seconds. It was
leader,
almost doable.
Yeah, but the lone leader, rolling at 33 kilometres an hour. The pack are rolling at 40. They're going to be on him.
Yeah, sadly, here they come. You saw him come around that corner and you just thought, oh, that's it, game over.
Well, good effort. Yep. That's what I say. But at the 49 kilometre marker, the Category 5 are all coming back together again. 29 riders at the last count were in that big group.
A lot less than that in the Category 1 leaders at the moment. The moves going on the front of this group as we can just see Mikhail Kaminski, centre left of your screen, leading the race at the moment. He's got the gap. He's actually off the top of the screen at the moment. He's gone that hard behind Kaminski. Jones now starting to move using that sprint kick. So Jones has a kick, and this is dangerous for Kaminski. Kaminski knows the danger of Jones. Jones is coming at some serious pace here. Kaminski's just going to hold on. He's going to take away those points as he goes in underneath the banner. Kaminski goes in underneath the banner. Then Jones, then Skierski, then Nussen, then Degen. It's going to be Skierski's jersey, even if Kaminski takes the points, just coming in underneath as the leader through. Kaminski taking the sprint for the line, being chased by Jones, but it was Skierski who takes the jersey. Jakobs led over Category 2, Fournier Category 3, Giuliano Category 4, Cadabona Category 5, and Calangad Category 6. And as you can see, we're now heading for that hour's racing for pretty much all of our race categories. Category 6 already ticking over by the time they reach this point. In fact, Category 6 at the moment having raced for 1 hour, 22 minutes. And our lone leader is Alexa Belikos, currently on 15 seconds clear. The riders on the right-hand side of your screen.
Yes, and on the left-hand side of your screen, Jones Skierski, 3 riders off the front of the Category 1 pack, only around 4 seconds at the moment, but that could be dangerous.
Yep.
At the 51.1 kilometre marker, it's looking like the first group of riders who are going to see the finish line today is going to be Category 6. No catches being made by the look of the later starting groups. Look at that. Belikov's still clear.
He's riding really well. 15 seconds is that gap, and he's tapping out rhythm. He's just focused on one thing. I'm going to ride my race behind him. They keep on speeding up, slowing down, speeding up, slowing down. They're just coming into that angle barriers that we just seen Belikov's come through. They're not far on the road, but because it's a climb, obviously that's foreshortened. And I think everybody in this group is now thinking, when do we go? Because when they bring him back, you've almost saying, well, let's see if somebody else will go.
Well, look at the work Xavier Maillard's doing at the moment.
Yeah, 100% really is pushing on strongly here. You can see this. You've got to choose your moment, I think, when to go and when to go after. And that moment isn't necessarily when you're absolutely nailed because somebody on the front is winding it up for themselves here. Interestingly, Maillard just moving his way up towards the very front of this group, not taking advantage of resting as he went on the flat, but moving up into position. Really nice riding that.
Yeah.
When you get to a group, don't rest until you get to the front.
I was just taking a little look actually as to how far back the leading group in Category 5 were, around 600 metres behind the leading group in Category 6. We're going to the 57.1 kilometre marker. Might have to eat my words. Depending upon the pace of this pack, we may well see them come up onto the Category 6 group. There's still enough time, there's still enough road left.
Yes. Yes, I would agree, and I think it's going to be some real big bunch kicks. To be fair, I don't think it's going to come down in certainly by the base of the climb. It's going to be at the very last climb out from that base, and you're going to see the groups together. You know, the group that we've seen Junior Penn's in here. It's a big old group, and I think we're going to see that again. You can see he's been working hard now for 1 hour 20 minutes of racing, a good sized race distance here. And at the moment, you can just see just making sure he's in the right place, just holding position nicely there. A bit of housekeeping whilst holding position, always good skills.
It is indeed, and Evan's fast multitasking as well. Getting the hydration on board for the last 5 kilometres. He's a man to watch
He's
when
still
you come
smiling.
into
This
a
is what I like
sprint.
to see.
Because he's in the right place at the right time. He's in the
Yep.
leading group on the run in towards the finish, 5k from home. He knows what he's doing.
And the question is, has Evan Swart got a plan now
Yes,
to go forward?
Of course he's got a plan.
Has he got a plan?
Of course he has.
We won't ask him to sort of write it down fast
Don't
and put it
share
up
it.
on screen. No, don't share.
Well, Belikov's plan is to stay clear of the bunch, and he's doing a great job of that. He's 14 seconds clear at the moment. Is he 14 seconds clear or 24 seconds clear? I'm just trying to take a look at
14.
the screen. There you go. You're a little closer than I am. But you can see the pack. Look at the pack and on the top right-hand corner. It's a big, big pack of riders. There's around 18, 19 riders in that group behind, and they are still chasing him down.
Are they chasing him? Are they just leaving him to dangle?
Well, at the moment, Belikov just travelling quicker than the chasing group behind at the moment, but just 2 kilometres an hour.
Ooh, it's so close, isn't it? I just think you've got to see what happens from here on in. Really, is it going to be? I'd be leaving him out there. I'd leave him out there and try and hold him at about 5 seconds, knowing that he's working really hard. But they've got 15, and that's too far. They need to get themselves together. Belikov, I think, can make this. My money's on Belikov for sure.
It's interesting. I think the only challenge really here is if the Category 5 pack come up onto the chasing group and swell the numbers. That is a real potential. But Belikov has just got 3.1k to go now. So Alex Belikov could well make this. It will be a great, great move if he does take the win in the Category 4 qualifier on the Sunday Race Club in November, Category 6. Because he's doing, well, Matt said, be bold, be brave.
He is, and he's going for it.
He's doing.
He's going for it. And it means that his fate, almost to some degree, is in his hands at the moment. This group at the moment, though, the fate is not in their hands. They have to work, and they have to work now. You can see that coming as SS and Mr. X100, the UAE clan teammates at the moment on the front of this group, now know that the moment has to be seized. They have to start bringing this group in front back. It's 18 seconds, and if they want a chance of being in the top 10, they really do need to start pulling this down. They need to thin the group out that they're in. They need to get up the road and get in touch with those leaders, certainly if they want a chance of race victory here today in Japan, in Kyoto. We're in with one of the key riders here riding for the Abu Dhabi team. It's Ivan Nuki. Nuki at the moment just tapping out that rhythm in that familiar red, white and green Abu Dhabi Cycling Club kit. Some of the great kit. You can dive down. You can actually go buy the club kit down in the shop. The Wolfies have a concession within the Abu Dhabi HQ, Cycling Club HQ. Great bit of kit as well.
It is indeed. And the Category 2 pack now coming through underneath the sprint banner. Graves took the 5 points from Bruce Bird, from Marcel Wozniak, Arnie Jacobs and Nikolai Damsgaard. The 5 leaders in that breakaway already going through and strong time check in terms of how far back they are. So we're looking at 19 seconds.
19 seconds. Becca sprinting there was kind of pointless exercise for me.
Yeah, no points left. Just bragging rights of taking the sprint.
It's an effort, though, that I mean, unless you are hoping to provoke some kind of movement behind and actually stir people into action.
It has. I've just seen some 7 watts per kilo on the front, and not just SS and X100 from the UAE clan team doing the chasing. Now, this pack doing the chasing at the 55-kilometre marker with 2K to go, they've got that gap down to Belikov's to 10 seconds.
And Belikos just went round this left-hand turn. This is where we turned right previously. This for the run for the finish, you turn left, and then we go towards the pencil, turn right. It gives us this extra long loop between steps 1 and onto the second part, which is our run into the line this time round. Belikos behind him, you can see that bunch. He cannot falter for a second. This is about emptying the tank. One chance and one chance only with what's left to go. The finish is at 57.1. We are at 55.5. This is going to be brutal. This is going to hurt no matter whether you're in the chase or you are the chaser. This is the chase. This is going to be key. You have to push all the way to the line, because if you're in the chasing group, you're not going to make it. If you're in the chase, if you're the leader on the race route, you've got to try and stay clear. Now, Category 6, we've got a lone leader. Category 5, we've got Sammy Tuomi trying to do a Belikos. And I tell you something, he's on the similar part of the course. He's closing that gap down.
Yeah, he is.
And it's a good move. If he could catch the group back, that would give him some real advantage.
Well, it would, but the gap is nowhere near as big as Belikov's was. Belikov's, I tell you something, it's coming down. It's gone from 11 seconds to 9 seconds, and he's got to hold that 40 kilometres an hour because the pack behind are rolling and rolling fast. If he drops below 40, he's not going to stand a chance of staying clear. Tuomi, well, the gap is at around 5 seconds, and Rod Loxley now comes to the front. Sebastian Prince is in there as well. Tuomi takes the corner and takes the corner first. He's moving and moving strongly at the moment, but he's still got around 1,500 metres to go. Big pushes required. Can Tuomi come up onto the back of the group ahead? I don't think so, because there's 30 seconds to the chase group in Category 6. Belikov's, however, is holding that gap.
It's coming down to the last few hundred meters here. He goes around that right-hand turn. He's holding the speed. 8 seconds is the gap back to Kalara, to Janowski, to Antonin, Kallinger, Skierski, Van Bers. They're all lining up to have a go at Belikos. Belikos is burying himself here. You can see he's in zone 4-5 at the moment. He'll go to 6, I'm sure, as we go into the sprint. He's got to get the timing right. Go too hard too soon, he'll blow. Go too late, they're going to catch him. The gap's down to 8 seconds. It's now down to 7, down to 6, down to 5, because the sprint is coming from behind. Now Belikos has got to find something special, because Kalangad, the climber winner, is on his way. Belikos comes round. He'll see the Gadri. He'll see the finishing line is ready. Olsen is on a charge. Belikos lifts to 7 watts the kilo. Olsen's coming on the right-hand side. Olsen's got the momentum. Can Belikos hold him off? Belikos digs deep. Belikos is going to do it. Alex Belikos, brave, bold, race winner. Belikos takes a win. It's qualifier race number 4 in November. Alex Belikos taking the race win in Category 6, as in Category 5. Sammy Tuomi on the move and clear, but look at this. Look at Eric left on the way now. It's going to be Eric who goes over the top. Eric left goes over the top of Tuomi. Jonathan Cridland, master finisher, is going to have to get the timing right. He comes up on Lex's wheel. Jonathan Cridland goes over the top. Cridland's holding this, but look at Eben Swartz. Swartz buried himself. Swartz goes over. Swartz going to take that. That's Eben Swartz from Jonathan Cridland. There your 1-2 in Category 5. What a race finish.
A round of applause from the commentary box, both to Ebensford for timing that to perfection. I told you we had a plan. And Alex Belikos for staying clear. What a move.
Fantastic move. Alex Belikos takes the race win in the end by 0.4 of a second from Rennie Olsen. Peter Truber takes third place. Rademacher takes fourth. Kalangad takes fifth. In Category 6.
In Category 5, Ebensford takes the win. Jonathan Cridland came through for second, 0.09 of a second back. Alex Arseno in third, Eric Leck in fourth, and Leonard Kalangad in fifth. Just 2 seconds separating the top 10 riders.
Now, Rui Freire, who we'd seen push on in category 4. It opened up the gap on the rest of the bunch. In between at the moment are a number of category 6 riders. It's 12 seconds the gap. So think Bellicos all over again. A very similar time gap at a similar pace, and we've seen how close it got. But the bunch have to get the timing right. The group have to get the catch right. They're just coming up on some of our category 6 riders, just going around the right-hand side here. Ferreira at the moment leading this out. Rodriguez, Bulgarian, Mokhtari, Pino, Iran, all need to close the gap down. The question for me is, how late dare they leave it? Because Ferreira is looking very strong at the moment. He's full of racing, very quickly getting out of the saddle. You can see him putting in dig after dig. Antiponi leading the chase for Finland. Around this long sweeping left-hand turn they go. Time starting to run out for the race chasers because the gap is there. Rui Ferreira is showing no signs of slowing. In fact, he's lifting the pace. He's up to 6 watts per kilo now as he digs in deep. He comes round this left-hand turn. We can't see the chasers behind. Here's a Rui Ferreira going to take away what is going to be a fantastic solo win. On a day when we expected to see sprints unfold for the win, we've seen them. Rui Ferreira's had to sprint from a long way out. He's got 8 seconds on Andrew Neville-Ross, who's coming, but it's going to be too little too late for Neville-Ross to take away the race victory in category 4. Rui Ferreira takes away top spot, race winner behind. They're coming at speed. I think it's going to be Pino from Iran, from Neville-Ross. LaPerra was right in the mix there as well. Giuliano comes through in that polka dot skin suit. Emma, have you got the confirmed results there?
I do indeed. So Rui Ferreira takes the win, 1 hour, 25 minutes, 30 seconds. Just shy of 2.9 seconds ahead of Matteo Pino, Carlos Ariev, Juan LaPerra, and Andrew Neville-Ross.
They round out the top 5, a massive group coming chasing our lone leader in there. Well, I said be brave, be bold. We're seeing it work for our riders so far. What's going to happen in category 3, 2, and 1?
Well, category 3 swing round the corner there at the 55.8 kilometre marker. Got around 1,500 metres to go, and the pack now starting to stretch because the pace is on the front. And Sami Piatelli is the rider on the front at the moment. In category 2 on the right-hand side of your screens, you know they're not much further back, around 4 kilometres. And the leading group of 5 are still in play. I'm just taking a look. Yep, Nikolai Damsgaard, Bruce Bird, Marcin Wozniak, Phil Graves, all still in the mix. And it's 28 seconds they've got now. So they're doing a brilliant job of staying clear. Jussi Palaka on the front of this pack at the moment. Daniel Moretti, Dorvin Elos. Oh, Dorvin Elos. We've not seen him poke his wheel into the wind for a while.
We haven't. Jussi Palaka, no stranger to taking victories on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, now starting to wind this up. They come into what is going to be our long left-hander here. At the moment, it's Kurskiski who leads from Tidhome with Badua Moretti in the mix. Howeiler is there as well, but you've got to get the timing right. We're going to come round this left. It'll sweep into the right. They'll see the banner. This is going to be a bunch sprint at the moment. Nicolas Fournier now comes to the front in that polka dot jersey, but he's got Langevin, who's got a phenomenal kick on him. Salar's coming on the side of him as Yunlit powers up at 15 watts per kilo. Langevin is going to lead this through. Langevin at the moment has the head of the race. He's going to come to the banner. He's going to take the win. Yessi Langevin takes away victory here. He takes away that yellow jersey. Linian Liu takes second place. Fournier takes away third place, coming over the line with Gomez in fifth and Gomez in fourth, Hertz in fifth place. What a run for the line. I tell you something, I thought Fournier had that, but then Langevin came in, and Jesse Langevin's power.
Yeah, Jesse Langevin has got one real kick on him, and it's putting him into those top places week in, week out at the moment. Lynn, another rider who's doing some superb work. Fournier just missing out. I tell you, 0.3 of a second separated the top 3 in category 3 today. Jonathan Gomez coming through for 4th. Julian Hertz coming through for 5th. Solar, Ellis, Badal, Paredes, Conda rounding out the top 10, but less than 2 seconds separation in the top 10. In fact, I'm just taking a little look. 4.5 seconds separation in the top 20. What a move. And I'm still, 31 riders in that sprint.
That was Jesse Langervin's very first Sunday Race Club win. So congratulations to him. Fifth participation, but already really impressing us with that final kick, that final sprint. Well, at the moment, it's looking good for the breakaway rather than a bunch sprinting category to Jacobs, Damsgaard, Bird, Graves. On the right-hand side of your screen, Wozniak still in there, 27 seconds back to Cahill, who's leading the chase here. But at the moment, our leading group, for me, they've taken the initiative. They went clear. They've opened the gap, and they have got this surely in the bag. Don't want to speak too soon, but they are some class riders in front, facing class riders behind, but they've left it too late in that group to come back. I can't see the bunch coming back in unless there's a massive implosion here or there's some crazy tactical cat and mouse games going on as we go into the finish. And I don't think Jacobs, Bird, Grays, Wozniak, Damsgaard are going to do that.
Well, they've got to keep the pace high and keep the pace high. They are moving quicker than the chase group behind at the moment. And that is what they need to do to take the top 5 spots today. And I think that gap, I think we could be clear. Or should I say, I think they could be clear.
I think they are clear.
Well, X100...
And will stay that way.
Well, one of the things I think is the issue, isn't it, is X100 on the front pushing on and pushing on strongly, but no one else really picking up the mantle and helping. Peter Milostic now coming to the fore, Nicholas Becker coming into the mix, so is Mark Santo. But really, they're not wanting to...
They're all racing for 6th.
They are at 55 kilometres. They've got 2.1k to go, and I don't think they can close down the gap.
No, there's a few people that we see coming to the front, SS and Mr. X100 going up together. The pair of them now just need to drive. Don't muck about, just drive. Just go clear now. They've got this little bit of a gap. Use it. Why not?
Well, they need to.
What have you got to lose?
Absolutely nothing. And if they can catch the group ahead, I'll eat a casket.
Oh, please make it, guys. I'll film it.
Jacobs, Bird, Wozniak, all in the mix in the leading group. SS and X100, the two riders from the UAE clan team, now working together to try and close down the gap. It's 16 seconds and they've got 1,500 metres of road left. It may not be possible, but you just never know. Well, I say with Graves, Damsgaard, Wozniak, etc. in that leading group, it's a massive ask, and I think we're going to see the top 5 come from the breakaway group today.
I noticed there's an absolute lack of response from the group behind as well. So potentially that group's now not just racing for what was 6th, they're now racing for 8th place. It's such a brutal race route. I think it really does knock the stuffing out of riders. It's one of those courses, if you're having a good day, it's good. If you're having a bad day, it's blooming awful.
Well, Marcin Wozniak and Arnie Jacobs on your screen, those two riders part and parcel of this lead group of 5. They're into the final 700 metres, and Jacobs on the front with Bird, Wozniak, Damsgaard and Graves. Graves hovering around the back in the green skin suit.
He's not renowned for having the fastest snap and sprint of the group, but he's so much experience, he could use that to his good. My pick here is Damsgaard. We will see. We're into the long left-hand turn. We're not far from the finish now. You can see Wozniak and Jacobs in person at the moment. They really could throw a spanner in the works. Graves starts to wind this up long, looking to take this out. Jacobs now comes to the fore. Left-hand side of your screen, Jacobs in person. Jacobs is Avatar leading this through now. Bruce Berg goes over the top in the red and white cap. The Canadian rider winding it up. The gantry is in front of him. He's got to really get the pacing right here as Marcin Wozniak on the top of your screen, sprinting his way up. We saw him earlier looking cool, calm and collected. Well, he's cool as a cucumber. He punches the air in delight. Both arms are lost. Well, quite rightly so. Marcin Wozniak taking the sprint win. Great riding by all of our breakaway. But it is going to be Wozniak who takes away the win in category 2.
It does. From Bruce Bird in 2, Arnie Jacobs in 3, Damsgaard in 4, and Graves in 5. I can tell you Jakob Bjorklund has won the sprint behind.
a little bit further back down the road, category 1 on the way in. That's Martin Wozniak's 4th win in 38 participations. Over
Hey.
10% of the races he rides, he wins.
That
That's not bad, is it?
a good stat. Well, Ollie Jones at the moment with Knudsen on the front of the Category 1 pack. They're at the 54.3 kilometre marker. So just under 3K to go here. Tugels, Dane, Kaminsky, Skierski, all in this group. The group looks good. 3, 6, 8.
If that was your 3 times table, you're in trouble.
Yeah, 8 riders.
8 riders. I think for me, one of the key things here with these riders having nearly a minute gap on everybody else behind is that they've got the time to now be tactical about this. You can see that with the pace. We're doing 3.5, 4 watts per kilo. Knudsen just winding it up a little bit there, but I'm not sure that we're going to see this really explode. Vink at the moment still, I mean, he's on the front, but he's not doing a lot. Jones, 4 watts per kilo, they can do double that, treble that, in a sprint. There's no problems at all. So at the moment, this is becoming tactical. They can afford to really, really think about when they use this. I think from here to the finish, you have got one good kick, one sprint to the finish. Jones right down on those drops, looking to make the most of this. The push is coming on the front from Jakob Dane with Michael Knudsen behind him. The 2 riders up at the front of the race, but again, straight back off the pressure. The moment they know they've been joined by Jones, who's got such a great kick on him, they were like, no, if you're on our wheels, we know that we're in trouble. We don't want to take you to the finish. We're not going to tow you. If we could get the gap, we were going to go. If we can't get the gap, we're going to ease off. We're going to say something because we don't want to take you on in this. Not when we're coming into the finish. Skierski takes a drink from his bottle. In person, right hand side of your screen. You can see, though, the riders, the avatars, top and centre.
Yes. And take a look, 2.6 watts per kilo from Safrazadi on the front. The pace is not that hot. The zone 2, zone 3 at the moment from the riders in the group. And Mikhail Kaminsky really backing off the pace now, sub 2 watts per kilo. This is the let's just take a look at each other and wait for the run into the finish. And at some point, someone's going to launch or we're going to go into a huge sprint. At the 55.8 kilometre marker, that could well be where we're going. And nobody will want Ollie Jones on the wheel. No one wants to be Jones's lead-out man because his kick 17 watts per kilo. He'll want to be right on the back of the group, and that's where he'll want to stay because he'll want to run through the pack, take the draft, and then take the win. They've got 1.1 kilometres to go. Someone's going to have to put the nose out, and someone's have to go long if they want to beat Ollie Jones today. Knudsen Safrazadi could be the 2 to do it, but Ollie Jones, well, he's already rolling towards the front of the pack, and Michael Vink has launched at 10 watts per kilo with 900 metres to go.
So here we go. This is the long move by Ving, answered straight away by Jones, who comes into his slipstream with the rest of the group behind him. Vink's move has not taken him far enough clear. Safrazadi's coming in the hottest here at 7.5 watts per kilo. Kaminsky, I think, is likely to go over the top. That little flurry, that little acceleration has gone, but look at Skierski now, out of the saddle, kicking down, really powering through. You can see on the face of the concentration. He knows he's got one job. That is to bury it to the line. Kaminsky, though, he's on some of the form of his life. He's coming strong, but Jones's sprint is going to take him over the top of Kaminsky. Has Skierski got enough? Here comes Jones. Jones comes alongside Ollie Jones. He's back to his best. He's Super Sprint King. Ollie Jones taking the race win here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. He goes clear, solos to victory in the last few metres. No answer from Tugel, Skierski, Dane and Kaminsky, who come inside the top 5. An absolutely brutal race finish. Jones over the bars. You can see he's about to fall off the bike. That hurt. He's laid on the floor. That's what it takes to win the Category 1 race on the Sunday Race Club. And that's what you need to give it. You've got to be world class and you've got to give it everything.
Well, Ollie Jones takes top spot in 1 hour, 17 minutes and 40 seconds. Leonard Tugels comes over the line to take the sprint for second place from Pavel Skierski. Jakob Dane, welcome to the top 5 of the Sunday Race Club, sir. Fabulous racing from him today. Mikhail Kaminski comes through for 5th. Michael Knudsen will take 6th. Syed Safrazadi 7th. Michael Vink, who was the rider to unleash the sprint at the start, takes 8th.
Fantastic riding so far in November. And remember, we've done our qualifiers. That's qualifier race number 4 in the men's and women's races completed. You can find all the results on mywhoosh.com/results. Don't forget, you can find lots of great stats, info, and information, not just on the Sunday Race Club, but on all things MyWhoosh at mywhooshinfo.com, including, of course, the new Cycling Esports League. We'd love you to sign up for that.
Yes.
That kicks off in the first week in December, so get your entries in for that, please. Really love to see you in there and racing on the league. Don't forget, of course, lots of great challenges as well on MyWhoosh. We are looking forward already, though, to next Sunday, when you will see these riders in action, racing in their teams for team prizes as well as individual prizes on our November finals on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Please make sure that you hit that subscribe button, be notified when we get live on MyWhoosh on YouTube and, of course, on Twitch TV. You can follow MyWhoosh at MyWhoosh on social media. You can follow myself, that is at Matt Fixer Payne, and you can follow at biking_Emma. Don't forget, of course, that if you want the answer to the quiz, the answer is 1896, the first turbo trainer. The first turbo trainer referenced, or home trainer referenced, in terms of being a training aid for racing.
Yes, they did hear correct 140 years ago.
It's not quite that long to the next race. Don't forget, and I'm not that old, before anyone says anything, don't forget, make sure that you join us for the finals here on MyWhoosh on the Sunday Race Club. Big thank you to you for watching, for our riders for keeping us entertained, and of course, a big thank you to the production team who make it all happen. Absolutely world-class stuff, gents. We will see you soon, but from Emma Martin and myself, Matt Payne, enjoy your week. We will see you next Sunday. Until then,
Goodbye.
goodbye.